Go fuck yourself. 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 Go fuck yourself.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Elon, bringing it. Hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. How we doing tonight? The Dems hate Elon. Yes, they do. What's up? How you doing, I Rule? Great to see you. Miss Hacker, good to see you, too. Segatlin, what's up, man? How you doing? Segatlin, whatever. Nice to see you. You want to tell me how to pronounce it correctly? I will never forget it. Dan, what's up? How you doing, Mr. Other Gagax? How you doing? Miss Hacker's here, too. Great to see you. Yeah, Jonathan Marcus is here. Says he's number 6 on a thumbs up. That's great. Miss Hacker says she's number 8. That's great. That's great. Awesome. Let's see. Snarf is here, too. What's up, Snarf? Good to see you. CF Muffin Rando was here early with the like. CF Rob was here, too. Tell everybody, make sure you hit that like button. That's right. You know, make sure you buy some Biltong if you want. It's some good stuff. Yeah, we got a bunch of news to talk about. You guys know how the show works all the time. We have a goal every night. Show is going to be about 2 hours long, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, unless we hit the goal. And the goal is that for every $100 in total across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, or becoming a member or gifting memberships on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch, along with coins on Locals and Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, and Super Tips, we add it all up. When we hit $100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional hour that comes, for each additional $100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. So the show could be as long as you guys want it to be. The show could be 2 hours long. It could be 3 hours long, 4, 6, 8. You name it. It's totally up to you guys. And right off the bat, we had somebody that came in hard and fast, it looks like. Wow. Yes, hard and fast. Pronounced the same as the Gatlin brothers. Okay, so Segatlin. Segatlin, or is it Gatlin? So 5 gifted memberships. Wow. So that means that immediately Bellavision is activated. Let me fix Bella. Okay, there we go. Move it over there. I hope nobody took a picture of my foot there. So right there, we got 5 gifted members. Let's see who became members. We got Long Hunter 762, Sean Salty. Hey, Salty, what's up? Good friend of mine. Michelle Sispo, what's up? Lawrence Chin and Light Warrior all became members thanks to Jonathan Marcus. What's up? Jonathan Marcus with the big $30. So that means right now, folks, we're just 70 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. We're jumping right into that. That is awesome. Thanks, everybody. Yes, we all love Bella. They were my late husband's cousins. No shit. Wow. The Gatlin brothers. Man, they played both kinds of music I like, country and Western. Winston, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. American Dreamer's here too. Good to see you. So what do we say? Let's jump right into the first news story of the evening. Why don't we? Yes, why don't we? Yeah. ICE nabs foreign terrorist commander after chaotic North Carolina car chase. Wow. Mm-hmm. ICE pulled an alleged foreign terror commander off the streets in North Kakalaki. The Department of Homeland Security identified the man as Felipe Linares de Oliveira del Akia, known as the Don. Jim, hopefully you don't have more Iran stories. That's getting old. I don't really have that any. I don't think I have any Iran stories in the first tranche. There might be some later if we make it there, but I don't think there are any in the first tranche of stories. Not Iran per se. There is a story about Trump over at the G7 summit where he told everybody he's the boss. He's like, I'm the boss. You guys can't tell me nothing. Well, that's what he did over there. Hey, Chattel, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being here tonight. So the DHS says Akia is a Brazilian illegal alien who previously served as commander of Primeiro Comando da Capital and Comando Vermelho. Something like that. Both groups have been designated foreign terrorist organizations. Trump's the world's boss. That's what he told them. So, foreign terrorists arrested. HSI headquarters alongside law enforcement partners in North Carolina arrested Felipe Linares de Oliveira del Akia, a criminal illegal alien from Brazil. Viva Brazil! Viva Brazil! Robo Kitty. Yes, what's up? How you doing? Delays obvious. Mm-hmm. What did Bella do with her toy now? He previously served as commander. Yeah, we saw it. So this is the guy. This be the guy right here. I mean, that looks like it could be anybody's neighbor. He doesn't look like a terrorist. He doesn't look like a terrorista. You knocked your toy all the way over there, Bella. What do you got there? You knocked your toy all the way over there, sweetheart. The arrest happened June 5th in Mooresville, North Kakalaki, according to DHS. Robert Gouveia watching the Watchers raid incoming. Oh, that's awesome. I love when that happens. HSI Greensboro, HSI Charlotte, and local law enforcement partners conducted the traffic stop. DHS says that Akia has an international warrant in Brazil for criminal association and extortion. Like, you can't be extorting people. People, don't do that. Don't be extorting people. Investigators also said he was preparing to flee to old Mexico. He was going to do like desperados. Fleeing down to old Mexico. Shut up and color. What am I supposed to color? Law enforcement intelligence indicated he was holding his own wife against her will and was preparing to flee to old Mexico. DHS says law enforcement intelligence indicated, yes, he was holding his wife against her will. That's right. Did you all hit the like button? I really hope everybody hits that like button. It'll be nice. Make sure you do hit that like button. And, subscribe too. That helps. Then came the chase. DHS says Akia was trying to flee a traffic stop and his vehicle crashed into stop traffic and then tried to run away on foot. Officers arrested him shortly after. Authorities also searched the vehicle. DHS says they recovered numerous cell phones, laptops, and a 9mm handgun. 9mm. A 9mm. A 9mm. This is the kind of arrest that explains why interior enforcement matters. A man DHS said was tied to 2 foreign terrorist organizations was living inside the United States illegally with a firearm in a vehicle and a detainer now lodged with ICE. Hey, Robert Cavea has rated the stream. That is awesome. Thank you so much to everybody that came over on the Rumbles there. Colfie 2A, what's up? Great to see you on the kick. Lurch Linger, great to see you. Thanks for hitting that like button. That's right. We really like that. It's really greatly appreciated. And it looks like we also had a $5 cash app come in from Lurch Linger there. Thank you so much, Lurch. That means right now we're just $65 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger. For all the people that joined over there on Rumble from Robert Cavea, I just wanted to let you know that we do have a goal on the show. How it works is that for every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, becoming a member or gifting memberships on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, or Kick, along with Locals Coins and Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, and Super Tips, we add it all up. And when we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional $100, we add an additional hour to the show. So thank you to all the raiders who came over. Also raid. Thank you for the raid, Alan Sparks from Robert Cavea over there. Michelle, thank you. Thank you. And definitely check out Robert Cavea. If you're not a subscriber, I highly recommend it. He breaks down the law in a way that only an expert judicial tactician could. He is your guidepost. He is like your Frodo Baggins guiding you to the Shire of the law. I don't know. I said what came to mind. It probably sounds weird. But definitely, I thank you all and ask you to please hit the like button. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. We are a growing channel, and we are attempting in every way to make this channel one of the greatest out there. We can only live in the shadows of the greats like Robert Cavea and Joe Neerman and Nick Rekieta and, America's Untold Stories and who else I like a lot. Other ones. Channels like that. You know what I'm saying? Robert is my go-to for any legal document related. That's what I like to do. Thank you, Trump country. Great to have you here. So under President Trump, the border fight means stopping new illegal crossings. It also means finding the dangerous people already inside the country and removing them before they hurt Americans. Yes, LawTube. I'm a big LawTube fan. Yes. Hey, Kelly J, thanks for being here. Awesome. Brenda says, I found Cavea during the Rittenhouse trial. Wish I had found him sooner. Yeah, I think it was around that time that I found him. I found a lot of the LawTube people through Nick Rekieta, whatever you call him. It's Rekieta. But surprisingly, I found Nick Rekieta through Kurt from Uncivil Law. I found Uncivil Law through a guy named Leonard French, who used to do patent and copyright law cases. And that's what I first found it, and that's what weaved me into Rekieta 6 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Oh yeah, what's up? Buy some meat from King of Biltong at www.biltongusa.com. If you use promo code Jim, you'll save 10%. Those 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts. So if you like protein and you like beef and meats, they have Angus, Wagyu, they have peri peri. If you like it a little spicy, if you like it a lot more spicy, they have the ghost pepper flavored. And they also have a bunch of other snacks and cakes and candies and things that you can get from around the world. But it's American company, American made down in Texas. The beef Biltong is. I highly recommend it. So head on over to BiltongUSA.com. Use promo code Jim and get 10% off. Brenda says, I also found a lot of LawTube when I stumbled on Rekieta's coverage of Rittenhouse. Before that, it was Viva and Barnes. Oh, I forgot about Viva. Viva's a great show, too. Uncivil is an acquired taste. He's changed. When he first started out, he was a lot different. When I first found him, it was basically just very dry legal analysis. And I liked that. I didn't, and get some Angus Reaper and melt your taste buds. Oh my God, they have the Reaper too. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Rittenhouse and Depp on Nick was like going to a drug dealer's house where you met 18 other drug dealers. Yeah. It was great though, Dan. It was good times, man. Good times. Snake Eater, you're back. Thanks for being here, bud. Hey, Finch, good to see you. I liked Leonard French until his show was constantly filled with TDS. Yes, but that's the thing. Once they got into that stuff, don't mind me, I tapped out. When it was just talking about the law and reading the case, finding, filings and stuff. I was like, cool, I can get into this because I'm kind of like, I like that stuff. But and now Nick and Kurt hate each other. Well, I don't think they hate each other. I really don't. Steve Lato, I forgot about Steve Lato. Yes, Steve Lato handles, if you want to talk about like a lot of lemon law stuff, car law. He does a lot of other stuff, but his specialty is like with car stuff. Like he really digs into that stuff. And there was one more I forgot. I can't remember. There was one more guy that's really good. Who's not. You got like MLS law. You got MD law. You got law and lumber. Runkle. They hate each other, Jim. Oh, okay. Viva and Barnes have been affected with little amounts of TDS, but still enjoy them. Just Barnes. Viva is still pushing back on Barnes. Viva's still good. Yeah. I'm thankful Nick led me to others, but I can't stand him now. Nick's trying to make his way back. He's dealing with some stuff and some personal issues. I think he blew up a little bit too big, flew too close to the sun, let his fame and fortune go to his head, and did some things that he probably regrets. Kurt is still good with Nate. Yeah, Nate. I like Nate too. I mean, I like Nate because I like all of them guys, really. Nate the lawyer, Legal Bites, Good Logic. Yeah, Legal Bites I haven't watched in quite a while, but I still like Nate. He still has, his opinions and stuff. And that's the thing. If you can't listen to other people's opinions and figure out why you differ from them and where you think they're wrong and actually discuss it without becoming, emotional, then you're just, what are you? You're not an adult. Can I just say that I find it heartwarming that I have a renewed sense of how great our country is, that the Europeans are falling in love with the U.S. It's awesome, Phil, isn't it? Bronca, I totally forgot about Bronca too. Look at me, Bronca, and Bronca's my buddy. I totally forgot about Bronca. Wow. Arcada was at Mar-a-Lago invite list. Then he went nuts. Yeah. Bites the snake. Yeah, she did get a little snaky. I can't believe. Define domestic enemy and explain to me why you think Democrats don't qualify as such. I think they do, but I'm not in charge of things. Like if I was in charge, oh, buddy, would things be different? There would be tribunals if I was in charge. There would be tribunals. We would have helicopters going around the country to pick people up, taking them exactly where they needed to go, quickly, efficiently, permanently. It's hard to watch Nick now, but it looks and sounds like he's actually better and cleaner. Yeah, Hogue Law, yeah, he's good too. Oh, we got a rant. Got a really rant. Got a $20 rant. Oh, check this out. From Trump Country USA, your pup is chewing his feet. That is allergies. She has allergies. It's the grass here. Thank you for the rant, Trump Country. It's the grass here. Bella, it's the grass here. I've tried all types of stuff. Benadryl, Apoquil. I've changed her food multiple times. It's I don't know. It's crazy. Bronca's a bit much sometimes. Yes, when you have to know, though, if Bronca's not wearing a tie, then you're in for it with Bronca. I can choose where to spend my time. Joe pushes it in the morning with his jealousy of Trump. Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. Joe's a little cranky. And this is not Joe. This is a different Joe. This is not Joe Logic. It's a different Joe, which I ain't going to call him out. But Joe and me have sparred in the chat. You've seen that, American Dreamer. Yeah, I know. Not Joe Neerman. No. Joe Dolio on Future Conflict. Joe's kind of crotchety. And when he has his opinion, he gets insulted if you say like, well, I think you might be wrong. So you just gotta know, but Joe's Joe. And I still enjoy his commentary. I still value his opinions. No tie Bronca is the best Bronca. Yeah. The middle of the Pacific. I don't know what that means. Enclave. What? Yeah, Joe likes to say this is a cult, which means we agree and disagree, and it's okay. Yeah. Nate is great at making the argument he refutes. The others he refutes stronger. Yeah. Anyway, well, thank you so much, Trunk Country USA, for the $20. That means, folks, we are now just $45 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. And for those of you who have never been here before, I participate in the chat a lot. All right. Joe, me, I'm almost the same. No, not you, Joe. Another Joe. We got a lot of Joes. We got a lot of Joes, but not you, Joe. You're the best. This guy, Joe. He goes by Tactical Wisdom. he's a very intelligent person. He has a lot of wisdom when it comes to tactical stuff, and former Marine, or once a Marine, always a Marine. But you know what I'm saying? It's sometimes he gets a little crotchety with the chat. Let's put it that way. I'm a proud digger. Tunnel 16. Well, thank you. DHS says Akia now faces a state felony charge of fleeing to elude arrest. HSA is also pursuing firearms and kidnapping charges, according to the agency. That is the part too many politicians in Washington would rather avoid. Every one of these arrests is a reminder that the immigration element enforcement in public safety is a major thing. Hey, Kimby, what's up? Joe Blow. It's Joe is a popular boomer name. Uh-oh. Hey, now, we need to bring back Pinochet helicopter tours. Well, I can say I agree. Dolio is easily ruffled and easy to tilt him. Yeah. Yes, he is. Like and I'll tell you, Phil, he made a comment a while back about that green tip 556 has, what did he say? It has, now I can't even think what it's called. Not soft lead. He said it had a soft steel. He said it had son of a bitch. Not titanium. What's the other metal that they use for like armor piercing bullets? Well, anyway, he said it had this other metal in it. And I was like, which one? Because the M855 doesn't. It's actually M955 that has it. And it's like you can't get it. Green tip is soft steel, and then 855A1 has a steel, like a hardened steel tungsten. Yeah, he said it had tungsten, and it doesn't. The only ones, and I try to tell him, I'm like, and he got all, I don't know, and he got all pissy. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you, I could pull it up and show you. But I don't know. I think maybe he was just, green tip are not armor piercing. They're not. Obama tried to call them armor piercing, but they're not. Tungsten, yeah, tungsten. Anyway, sorry. That stuck in my craw. So let's see. We got a news report here.
Federal authorities say a South American man who is a known leader of multiple terrorist organizations was caught in Mooresville during a traffic stop last week. He is now in custody awaiting deportation. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with the Iredell County Sheriff about the chaotic arrest.
This guy is no friend of America, nor our citizens, nor anybody else in this country. So it makes all of our communities safer. It makes North Carolina, it makes the rest of the country safer.
Iredell County Sheriff Darren Campbell
we'll
says
talk
a
about
traffic stop near this intersection on Williamson Road and River Highway in Mooresville last Friday helped get a notorious South American gang leader off the streets. Homeland Security had been following the location of Felipe Linares de Oliveira del Aquila, the alleged former leader of two well-known gangs in Brazil.
Thank you, Cesium Cat. That makes me feel so much better. Thank you so much. Joe's the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down. Just the best around. I like the Karate Kid.
Designated by the State Department as foreign terrorist organizations. Authorities say international warrants were out for Aquila, who was in the country illegally. He had been living in North Carolina for some time, even though it's unclear when he first arrived in the States. Federal officials say through intelligence, they learned that Aquila was holding his wife against her will and was preparing to flee to Mexico. On Friday, Campbell says his deputies, alongside Mooresville police and federal agents, finally located Aquila.
I don't think he ever seen nobody, didn't know we were actively looking for him. But once he's seen a car, he got uncomfortable. And of course, we were already in position to do the arrest.
Authorities say that's when Aquila crashed into stopped traffic, jumped out of his car and tried to run, but was eventually caught. Inside the vehicle, officers discovered a gun, cash, laptops, and at least 8 cell phones. Gang experts say the two organizations that Aquila is accused of leading are considered some of the largest in all of South America.
They traffic drugs. They are involved in human trafficking, human smuggling, contraband, local drug peddling, etc.
Stephen Dutley tells us the groups typically have a small presence in the United States and that Aquila was likely here trying to build a cover.
The United States has a big appetite for drugs. There is a lot of money laundering that happens in the United States.
As of now, Aquila is still in custody here at the Iredell County Jail, facing a number of federal and state charges, along with a deportation order back to South America. In Iredell County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Wow. That's interesting, right? Don't you think? Very interesting story. Okay. So, yeah. This is what they arrested him with. Let's see here. Look at what they had on him. He had a nice CB looking radio that doesn't look like a Baofeng. I wonder what brand that is. It doesn't look like a Baofeng. And he had another one here. So he had two radios, four cell phones. Oh no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cell phones, a gun, a bunch of cash, a fake social security card, a passport, a birth certificate. I mean, this guy was like, and he had a Taurus. He had a Taurus. What is that? A G3 or a G2? Is that like a G2C or something? Taurus, one of the cheap ones? I think those are like I don't know. I think those are like $199 or something. They were for a while. Hey, we got another $5 from Rob. We love Jim and Bellavision. Well, thank you. Thank you for the 5, folks. That means we are now just 40 away, folks. Just 40 away from adding an extra hour to the show. Could be the first one. Could be the only one. Could be one of many. Take the cash. Another one illegally bites the dust. That's right. Not that, Karen. Thanks for being here. Looks like the one you have. Yeah. Is that the one that has the automatic double strike where like it has like it could take a second strike? One of them has second strike capability. Like if you get like a soft hit on a primer, you can pull it again, and it has the way the striker on it works is every time you pull the trigger, it just strike. And that's his Range Rover. Green Teflon, our armor piercing. I don't know what you're talking about. And it says chaotic car chase ends with ICE nabbing alleged foreign terrorist leader. What are you doing to me here? So, Immigration Customs Enforcement arrested a Brazilian illegal alien. They say he's wanted in Brazil. I just want to hear if they're going to say anything about the car chase. No, nothing about the car chase. They just talk about the car chase, but then nothing about the car chase. I hate when they do that. Hey, Derek, what's up? Thanks for being here, buddy. That's cheap under anywhere. I think they got the same. I got my son. Yeah. I think it's the G2C, right? Is that right? G2C? I think that's what that was. A G2C holds 12 rounds, I believe. Double strike capability. Had the standard illegal immigrant starter pack handed out by the Demon Rats. Yes. $400. Wow. That went up. I think I remember them being around 200-ish. Like maybe 290, 275, something like that. Like, and it says he held his wife against her will. We're not gonna. That doesn't really matter to us. That's not about this. Under 400 anywhere. Yeah. Probably under 400 on the street. Sure. So they called him the Don. Hey, Roselle Jam, thanks for being here tonight. Good to see you too. That's it. So that's the story with this guy. He went out, took police on a police chase, and they got him over, took him into custody. He had multiple cell phones, laptop, cash, a 9mm handgun. All right. Oh, well. Let's see. Is this the same thing?
A South American man who is a known leader of multiple terrorist organizations was caught in Mooresville during a traffic stop last week. He is now in custody awaiting deportation. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with the Iredell County Sheriff about the chaotic arrest.
This guy is no friend of America, nor our citizens, nor anybody else in this country. So it makes all of our communities safer. It makes North Carolina, it makes the rest of the country safer.
Iredell County Sheriff Darren Campbell says a traffic stop near this intersection on Williamson Road and River Highway in Morrisville last Friday helped get a notorious South American gang leader off the streets. Homeland Security had been following the location of Felipe Linares de Oliveira del Aquila, the alleged former leader of two well-known gangs in Brazil, designated by the State Department as foreign terrorist organizations. Authorities say international warrants were out for Aquila, who was in the country illegally. He had been living in North Carolina for some time, even though it's unclear when he first arrived in the States. Federal officials say through intelligence, they learned that Aquila was holding his wife against her will and was preparing to flee to Mexico. On Friday, Campbell says his deputies, alongside Morrisville police and federal agents, finally located Aquila.
I don't think he ever seen nobody, didn't know we were actively looking for him. But once he's seen a car, he got uncomfortable. And of course, we were already in position to do the arrest.
Authorities say that's when Aquila crashed into stopped traffic, jumped out of his car and tried to run, but was eventually caught. Inside the vehicle, officers discovered a gun, cash, laptops, and at least 8 cell phones. Gang experts say the two organizations that Aquila is accused of leading are considered some of the largest in all of South America.
They traffic drugs. They are involved in human trafficking, human smuggling, contraband, local drug peddling, etc.
Stephen Dudley tells us the groups typically have a small presence in the United States and that Aquila was likely here trying to build a cover.
The United States has a big appetite for drugs. There is a lot of money laundering that happens in the United States.
As of now, Aquila is still in custody here at the Iredell County Jail, facing a number of federal and state charges, along with a deportation order back to South America. In Iredell County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Queen City News. Wow. So, yeah, so that guy's gone. They got him. They got him. He's a bad dude. And then on to another bad dude. I don't know if his wife's illegal. They haven't said anything. If his wife's illegal too. They haven't said anything about the wife yet. I'm going to keep an eye on it to see if the wife is illegal also. Probably, depending on how long he's been here. Like, did he marry an American citizen or something, or what? But worse than Corn Pop, definitely.
Luigi Mangione's state murder trial has gone from who did it to why. Mangione's attorneys will use a psychiatric defense, claiming he had an extreme emotional disturbance at the time. He's charged with murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown in 2024. Alice Gaynor was in the courtroom.
Luigi Mangione's defense attorneys are expected to argue at trial that he suffered an extreme emotional disturbance when he allegedly shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson after letting the court know they plan to pursue an affirmative psychiatric defense.
So sorry, we're not going to have any comment today.
We're not talking.
But before being retained in December 2024, one of his defense attorneys, Karen Friedman-Agnifilo, then a CNN legal analyst,
they're going to try to say he's crazy. They're going to say he had a psychiatric break, and that's why he did it. That doesn't usually work when you like stalk somebody like that and you follow him and you plan it out the way he did with the gun, and it doesn't really. Yeah. He's going to claim mental issues. Don't they have doctors in prison? He can be seen there for the rest of his life. Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking Corn Pop was actually a pretty good guy. Another Biden lie. Yeah, I bet you Corn Pop was the guy who went to Biden and told him, stop having all these black kids touch your legs, you creep. Why are you having all these little black boys and girls rub your legs, you creepy old white dude? Oh, cracker ass cracker. That's probably what happened. That's probably what happened. TDS is a hell of a delusion. Yeah. Lock him up forever. Look at those eyebrows. Definitely. Yes, we know Luigi did it. We not know. No, he's admitting to doing it now. All lefties are clinically crazy, so it's not a valid excuse. Definitely. What about his fans who think he's a hero? Well, that's what he's saying. Going to say. He's going to say, I'm a, oh wow, where'd she go? Let me find her. Wow, life is rough. Thank you so much for the goal. I believe that was you for the $40. That means
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. That means we are already have one additional hour to the show and means we're $100 away from a second additional hour to the show. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. It's a G2C. It was years ago. I don't think I got it as high as 300. I'm done with that. Okay, no problem. I thought they were under 300, but I don't know. All I know is she has a will. Well, thank you. Wow, thank you so much. To Biden, that would be a BSD dude. Yes. Be a bad dude. Yeah. I mean, I hate the robbery for insurance company, but killing a CEO, that's just stupid. Yeah, you don't. This guy's. What's up, Lisa? Thanks for being here. Yeah, it was funny. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Liberty Prime is based AF. I know I love Liberty Prime. Yes, thank you so much for supporting Jim Telling Us. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Love. Wow, wow, wow. Awesome, right? Wow, wow, wow. What is Bella doing now? She's over here acting crazy, sitting on the thing. I got to keep adjusting the camera. Because believe it or not, the auto tracking camera will not track a dog. Just won't do it.
Said it looked like a psychiatric defense could be a possibility for Mangione.
Because the evidence is going to be so overwhelming that he did what he did.
At a hearing in May, the judge ruled a gun and notebook found in Mangione's backpack when he was arrested could be used as evidence at trial. The defense had tried to get it tossed, calling the search unlawful. The notebook allegedly has writings expressing hostility towards the health insurance industry.
I guess we're going to get into his history with the insurance industry. I guess we're going to get into, maybe they're going to use the things in that notebook affirmatively on the part of the defense to show that he was very worked up about it.
Legal expert Richard Schoenstein says the case now goes from who did it to why.
That is only a partial defense. That is a defense that could potentially reduce a murder charge to manslaughter. It is not an insanity defense.
Mangione's next court date is August 11th. His trial begins September. Outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, Alice Gaynor, CBS News, New York. 28-year-old Mangione has pleaded not guilty to both state and federal charges.
He's pleaded not guilty to both state and federal charges. Oh, no. That was wrong. So a state hearing revealed Mangione's lawyers will argue that he's suffering from an extreme emotional disturbance when he assassinated United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York in December 2024. The Gilgo dude got life. Yeah, I have that story. I have it in the stack somewhere. The Gilgo, the happy face killer, got life. Yes, definitely. We need to hit the like button. We do. We need more likes, man. I mean, that's the least you could do is just hit the like. I mean, even if you don't like it, just be ironic and hit it anyway. Mangione was in New York courtroom Wednesday for a hearing regarding a state murder case. He also faces a federal trial, which I don't think. I don't think the feds go. I don't think that's going to work with the feds. The whole. I had a breakdown. Mangione could be convicted of a less serious manslaughter rather than murder. How could it be manslaughter when you stalked a guy? You basically lied in wait. Like, that's like murder one, like type of shit. Like, murder isn't acceptable. And the guy mentioning murder also murdered those who paid for services he refused to honor. Well, did he murder those people? I don't know. I mean, he wasn't the guy making those rules. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. That's not how you handle things in a civilized society, though. It's not. Because like if that's the premeditated, even it was totally premeditated. Because like there's a whole bunch of people that have caused a lot of heartache, murders, rapes, and stuff by letting people go. Like basically, if like you're saying, Newlands, if what you're saying is that any person who worked for the Biden administration that allowed in all these illegals, that they're basically fair game. Is that the society we want to live in? And I mean, I believe they're fair game to be prosecuted for breaking the law, just like an insurance CEO, if they're denying people and breaking the law, then they should go to jail. But you can't just, premeditated. How is that not murder? Yeah. Then you need to learn how insurance works. I mean, insurance works by them trying to get out of paying for stuff. That's why it sucks. I think we should get rid of insurance altogether. I think we should go back to where you had like lodge doctors, where you would pay a fee to be a part of a lodge and they would have a doctor that you got to see. But the American Medical Association got rid of all that stuff because they wanted everybody to have these licenses, and insurance in and of it was created by doctors and the medical industry as a way to make sure they got paid no matter what. Correct. Murder is not allowed. It was his call and both belong in prison. Okay. Insurance is fraud. I agree. He waited for his victim, but it's New York stand. Yeah. Well, I don't think he had a manifesto too. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't think this works for the federal case. The feds don't go like, oh, your feelings were hurt really bad, so you killed him. Yes, insurance is beyond wicked. I totally agree. I work for Mac. Want shitty insurance? Get Medicare. It all sucks. That's what I'm saying. Never heard of a lodge doctor? Oh yeah, look into it. That's if you know like the Order of the Elks, the Eagles, the bear, whatever it's called, like the Moose Lodge, all of them, Shriners, all these. They all had their own doctors, and part of your membership was that you and your family could go see that doctor for free because it was part of your membership fee. That doctor got paid a salary by each individual lodge had a doctor, and all their members got to see that doctor. That was outlawed when the American Medical Association came along and said we have to start licensure, and do all this stuff and put controls on it. And it was all them, and it was all a scam. It's actually, if you want a very good breakdown on it, I want to say it's on Eric Hunley's channel, on his Proven Conspiracies channel, about the American Medical Association. And it's all factual. Mangione could be mentally ill and had other people manipulating him. Democrats are nuts. Yes. We get an extra hour yet? Yes, Dan, we got the extra hour already. It's not just the insurance, it's doctors as well. Well, right now it is, because the doctors all have to work within what the insurance companies will do. They all have to work with the insurance companies. Yeah, not work for federal insurance, not work just like our federal. Yeah, it does. The idea that any murder is somehow proof of mental instability makes the crime meaningless. Yeah. Lady posted she vaccinated a dog to take him to get him groomed, and now he's hospitalized. What? Oh my God. The health insurance racket began in World War II because of wage limits placed by Congress. Now the main problem is the consumer healthcare are insurance companies and not the individual. Yeah, it was all because of, basically it was, sorry, I got to fix Bell's camera. It was all because of the bureaucratic state that was brought into place by FDR. And the controls they wanted to put in and stuff. But the American Medical Association was right there, part of it. Kellogg was a Seventh-day Adventist. Yeah, he's the guy who said if you ate cornflakes, you wouldn't jerk off or something like that. Yeah, wow, completed to go. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. I don't know why I hit the cowbell. We already have Bella, but I was excited. Wow. Wowzers. That means we have. Wow, where's it at? Wow. Let me find it. I got to say who got brought into the. Thank you. All these people who became Jimsomniacs. Muffin Rando is now a Jimsomniac. Whoa, wow, life is rough. Hey, she got herself. Lil Mom Fessel, Chekhov's antlers. Chekhov's antlers. Oh, okay. That's like Chekhov's gun. 288. Tornado Annie. The real Bosch Faustin, who's a great guy and a great comic book creator. If you guys don't know who Bosch Faustin is, he made this book called Pigman. He's what you would call a extreme anti-Islamist. He was formerly a Muslim, and he converted to Christianity and abandoned it. And now he goes around winning draw Muhammad competitions, and he has a great book called Pigman about a guy who fights terrorists wearing pigskin. It's great. J. Gregg at 2188, I Rule 1984, Lauren Cremens, Sean Green, and Marty Volker all became gifted members thanks to Whoa, Life is Rough. Wow, Life is Rough. Thank you, Wow, Life is Rough. Thank you so much. And with that, folks, that means we are now just $40 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you. Wow. Nice, definitely. The new vaccine is bad. Yes, thank you. Wow, Life is Rough. Doctors will bill you as out of network and then threaten to sue you if you don't pay the whole amount. Yes. Effing commies, definitely. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Wow, Life is Rough. Welcome to the new JimTellsYou. Yes, give her a trophy. Awesome. Yes. Different horns, bells, and cheers for various causes. Yes, I have it all. Congratulations, new members. I already had mine. You can tell because it was darker. Well, thank you. Bella's fluffing pillows. Yeah, she likes to do that. She likes to make a whole thing with her bed and do stuff. It's crazy. So Karen Friedman Agafilio, one of his attorneys, was a CNN legal analyst before she was retained. In December, she said it looked like a psychiatric defense could be possible. Wow, that's crazy that she said that before she knew anything about him. Maybe she just came in. And said that. Is this official, Gundam? Because is this official? I don't want to. I've seen reports about the memorandum of understanding and people claiming it's not real. What is being said is real is not real. So I don't want to toot my own horn or anything like that. So the evidence is going to be so overwhelming that he did what he did, conceding that the person who pulled the trigger. Yes, conceding it. Trump signed it. Well, I know he signed it, but are they saying, like, as far as I know, it hasn't been publicly released yet, the contents, because the Iranians don't want it released because they're worried about a coup, like that the IRGC hardliners are going to start trying to kill the politicians. Status. So Trump signs it. Okay. All right. Well, we'll pull that up. I know he signed it and everything, but I thought that was Trump said he will read it to us. Okay. By asserting this defense, Mangione would effectively admit to killing Thompson because of mitigating circumstances, legal experts Richard Schossenstein says that they did that already, and who knows? I think we will see a coup in Iran very soon. We could hope. We could hope that some people that actually care about freedom could take power. I would love, man. I would love to be able to go to Iran and hang out with the people and dance in the discotheques. I want to listen to Trump read it to me. I do too. It seems like they are giving up the question of who did it. This is a defense when you are conceding that the person who pulled the trigger, you're not fighting that anymore. You're turning from if to and who to why, and it's now a why defense. At the hearing, the judge ruled the gun notebook found in a backpack when you were arrested could be used as evidence. Versailles is not the best place for a peace agreement to be signed. Look at point number 2. Oof. Yes, there's a history at Versailles. And the history is not a good one, because if you know anything about history, it is that the Germans were forced into signing a very deleterious agreement at the end of World War I that basically sowed the seeds for World War II. So is this one of those? Or is this the agreement like the French were forced to sign in the same train car at Versailles by the Germans after they conquered France in 1940 or 41? I think it was 40, right? At the railway car. You were a terrible student. Versailles is beautiful. CNN, the text. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I've heard that that's not the true text. So I don't know if that's the true text or not. We'll pull it up later. We got plenty of extra time. I think we're going to get it was 41. Okay. Maybe that is the point. Okay. Signed, sealed, but not delivered yet. That's right, everyone. We need 120 more likes, please. We're going to need World War II was born there. That is true. It was. It is true. That's my opinion. Treaty of Versailles, yeah. One of my favorite places, Versailles. Been there many times when I was still a European. Oh, 40. I thought it was 40. They forced them there in 40. I thought, because it was pretty quick. Because Hitler wanted, in 39, he went through Poland and some other stuff, fixed up a couple things, and then he wanted to go right into it. And they made him wait until they could get the new model Panzer Mark IV or something like I don't remember what it was, but like a new Panzer coming off the line so that they could do France. And then they were able to do France in, what was it, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks? You know, I guess we're going to get into his history with the insurance industry. I guess we're going to get into maybe they're going to use things in a notebook to affirmatively on his part of defense to show that he was worked up about it. Well, just because you get European, yeah. But definitely. France fell in 6 weeks. Okay. I knew it was like not that long. Does any Prohibition era moonshine exist in old storage in a bunker somewhere? It's possible. It's possible. But depending on how it was stored, it might not be any good anymore. You know what I mean? Like some of that stuff will go bad. You can truly feel the old times and sniff it. Versailles Gardens are huge with a lot of statues. Well, isn't that where somebody like Louis or someone, who was it? Somebody built the palace at Versailles and then the king slapped him in irons and took it away from him? Or the emperor of France? Right? Am I right about that? We will surrender very aggressively. Will the case be live streamed? Maybe if it goes to trial at state court, it would be. The federal trial won't be. Schoenstein said Mangione's attorneys are mounting an insanity defense, which usually seeks complete absolution for the crime. Are not mounting an insanity. Okay. Judge Caro announced that he is unsealing court records related to the defense's plan, which were filed in September. Louis the 16th built Versailles. The marble needs to be trumped. Wait, are you sure? I didn't think the king or the emperor built it. I thought someone else built it and then they took it from him because it outdid his palace. What, am I wrong? What am I? I don't know. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. Mangione's next court date is August 11th. The possession of a weapon charge will be dismissed. Prosecutors say they're not moving forward with the count 9 of the indictment, which criminal possession of a weapon. The charge involving a magazine that was suppressed by the court was formally dismissed. That was at one point the Capitol. Yeah, someone else built it and the king took it. That's what I thought. Because it actually outdid his palace and he was pissed. Wednesday's hearing was supposed to happen Tuesday, but it was delayed at the last minute due to a mistake by the prosecution. The prosecutors didn't serve the order for Mangione to appear in court to the jail. Mistakes happen. People make mistakes. Mangione is being tried on federal and state charges for shooting. Mangione's state trial is set to begin September 8th. 1940 armistice was signed in Compiègne, but the same train car. Versailles was a hunting lodge turned into a palace completed under Louis the 14th. Jury selection for the federal interstate stalking trial is scheduled to start on October 5th. Opening statements are expected on October 26th or 2nd. Had to wait years, pay a lot of money, fly up and down, was thoroughly vetted. So yeah, I am not fond of illegal aliens. Then Peter the Great had to make St. Petersburg. Okay. We got that. I don't know. I mean, we might, let's see, is there like a, I guess we'll listen to one more thing and then we'll jump on to the next story.
So in just over an hour, Luigi Mangione heads back to court in New York City as his lawyers fight to keep crucial evidence out of his upcoming murder trial. Eric Sean joins us from outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, Lawrence. You know, from discussing books to the Unabomber, it seems that Luigi Mangione really liked to talk a lot in jail. And today, defense attorneys for Mangione will try to get whatever he said thrown out of court. Two Pennsylvania corrections officers testified here in court. They work at the Huntington Correctional Facility in Pennsylvania, and they guarded him after his arrest in Altoona. They testified about the conversations with the wealthy Ivy League graduate as they guarded him behind bars. They portrayed him as a friendly prisoner who talked about his travels, the differences between public and private health insurance, and reading books by authors who are known for writing about repressive government oversight of the population and resisting unjust government policies. Prosecutors could claim that those insights were a motivation for Mangione to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as a protest against the nation's insurance industry. Corrections Officer Matthew Henry said Mangione told him he had a 3D pistol at one point. Police say they did indeed find one that matched the ballistics that did kill Thompson in Mangione's backpack. Correction officers Thomas Rivers said that Mangione was disappointed that he was being compared in the public to Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, who, as you may remember, killed people in that decades-long spree of bombing in retaliation for what he thought was an oppressive society. Rivers also said he was ordered to keep a close eye on Mangione because jail administrators, quote, did not want an Epstein situation. That, of course, a reference to disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. Authorities say he died by committing suicide behind bars in 2019.
Yeah, the court threw out the magazine, so maybe they couldn't charge him with the gun because it wasn't a great job on Bella camera. Well, thank you, Trump Country USA. I try. He has the same eyebrows as Ben Shapiro. Yeah, so I think because the gun, they threw the magazine out, they can't charge him with the possession of a gun because he didn't have they don't have a magazine, so no bullets. So it's not really possession of a weapon if it doesn't, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. There's a lot of well-traveled, smart people in the chat. Now I know for sure I need to STFU. Who has a winter coat? Bella has a winter coat, or this guy has a winter coat? I'm not sure what you mean. Yuck. Yeah, I don't know. Unabomber. Yeah. Joe, the woman love a killer. Yeah, it's not. America First. How you doing tonight, buddy? Great to see you. Sick women thinks they can fix bad guys. Yeah, sometimes there's something in women. I don't know why. Maybe you ladies can explain it to me. Why some women want to be around dangerous men, like people that, like, I don't know. Is it something inside they think they can protect them because they'll be dangerous. They could kill other people, but not you. You feel safe around them, that they would never hurt you. I don't know. Dan, the animator, says, interesting, sounds effed, but interesting. Yes. I bet Bella has her own fan club. Yes. I think honestly, I think most people come here to see Bella, not me. I could probably just have a Bella stream and just let it run. And people would probably pay to see that. I don't know. Ted Bundy had a fan club. Yeah. A lot of those people did. A lot of people did. Yeah. Repeal the 19th. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not really a bad idea. Just saying. Reporter has a winter coat. Okay. It's like raising a child. Yeah. Be dangerous. Well, I don't. It's codependency. They think they can fix them. Wow. Well, to be honest, without Bella, yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. I'm worried about it. I got to make sure I keep her safe and healthy. Otherwise, I'm going to go broke. Yeah, nothing like a bad boy to protect a woman, but who's going to protect a woman from the bad boy when he goes berserk? That's what I'm saying.
Rivers also said that Mangione was an intelligent, polite, well-behaved prisoner, an inmate who did not give him a hard time at all. They seemed, in fact, to kind of personally like him in their interactions with him. He also said that Mangione told him that he wanted to make a public statement about all this, but he did not say exactly what that
knows who
public
Jim
statement
is.
will be. A court convenes in just less than an hour for more hearings. This could last at least through the end of the week. Lawrence, back to you.
Okay. I got to answer something here. Gigi's mom says, why do men like crazy, brain dead women? Okay. And I hope this doesn't offend any of the wonderful ladies in the chat, because this does not apply to any of you. Okay. So please, doesn't apply to anybody in the chat, but it's well-known fact that crazy in the head equals crazy in the bed. And men kind of like that. Sometimes, so not this guy, not me, but some guys, they're into that. You know, they want a wild ride in the bed. Yeah, see, B-Hops goes because they're good in bed. I mean, it's just the way. Crazy in the head equals crazy in the bed. Sorry. You know, those fools made statues for I Can't Breathe for Alex and Renee. I'm so surprised they adore this guy too. You ain't kidding. Jim Dandy. Hey, Jim Dandy. Go, Jim Dandy. Why do men like bad girls? Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Truth. Definitely. Truth. I don't want to be murder, but he is correct. Sorry. It's not the crazy, is the, yeah. But here's the thing is Madonna whole complex. Yeah, that too. You know, it's just, you know, but my granny always told me, and my granny always warned me, said, son, don't stick your dick in crazy. That's what granny told me. Brains and beauty and sanity is a girl constant. Ah, yes. Have you ever watched Love After Locked Up? No. But just to say, like, I know that one of these crazy shows, the girl constant is always equal to zero. Okay. The truth is on fire. We don't need no Palisades water because we ain't got none. That's right. I never liked Madonna as a sex symbol. I don't know. I never found her attractive at all. I don't know why. But I will just say that there is a show that a lot of people watch. Like my daughter-in-law watches this show all the time called Love Island. Like, I'm like, what? It's insane. I'm too old for crazy now. Just make me sandwiches and we're good. Hey, sleeping. How you doing, Jamie? Great to see you. Jimothy. First chair. Yes. Thank you so much. So Mangione, they're going to try to claim he's crazy. Then there is the crazy hot matrix. Oh yeah. The crazy hot matrix is true. It always works. So it's always works. So let's get into another story. What do you say? We had talked about this crazy guy. He's going to try to claim that he's crazy and that, you know, the voices in his head made him do it. And he was so upset because he got denied for his, I don't know, gender reassignment surgery or something, or someone did. And so he's all upset. So they're going to have to release all the documents. They're going to have to be forthcoming. And I think it can all be used in his federal case. So we'll see. We will see. So the reason why we asked for the sealing is that defense is not available federally, and Mangione is being processed federally, and it's prejudicial to his defense in the same facts. Yeah, see, so, but I think they're going to unseal him. While prosecutors haven't received enough information about Mangione's emotional disturbance, Carroll ordered the defense to provide that information by September 8th. See, it's a problem because, like I said, the defense is not available federally. So making this defense and these arguments in state court will be able to be used in this federal case. I mean, they can't keep out testimony in a state court in a federal case. That's just the way it is. So breaking news, folks. Did you guys hear about Evanston, Illinois started their own? I said him, maybe Luigi Mangione wanted to become a woman. I don't know. Maybe he was going to have gender reassignment. I don't know. When Mario got the princess, he lost. So Evanston, Illinois started a reparations program only for African Americans. And surprise, 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 that would be unconstitutional. You can't have government programs based on race. That's, unconstitutional. Had to stop reading the MOU, like the report out of the UK, grinding teeth, and can only hope I am overreaching or blackpilling myself. See, I don't understand, because Keir Starmer claims that he read this MOU, whatever it was, like the actual deal points, and he claimed that that the only way they could have got this deal was by going to war with the Iranians. So I don't know it can't be, it's got to, I don't know. We're going to have to wait till we actually see it. Used to hang out in Evanston, Illinois, nice, real fancy place. Yeah. So federal government seeks to halt the first U.S. reparations program for black people. You don't say. The federal government on Tuesday asked the judge to halt the United States' first reparations program that offered black people in the small Illinois city $25,000 for 20th century race-based housing discrimination, joining an existing lawsuit that called the program unconstitutional. because it is. They are dooming that on Washington State, too, giving black people money for houses. Yeah, well, it's unconstitutional. I got to point 6. MOU is in the link. Okay. Think about it. The same jury hearing this case are the same people who put a self-described socialist Mandummy, the communist, Commie Mandummy, in office. Who knows what kind of crazy will agree with crazy? You ain't kidding. It's scary. I know, Mandummy. I know. They're buying black votes again. I agree. That's what they're doing. The program launched in Evanston, Illinois. Did you guys know, a little fun fact just to point this out, that back when the ACLU actually defended everyone's rights to speak, they actually sued was it Evanston or Skokie? They're neighbors. Anyway, this area, Evanston, Skokie, Illinois, I think it might have been Skokie. Never mind. Well, I'll say it anyway. They actually sued them to allow the Illinois Nazi Party to march through Skokie or Evanston. So, and that's when the ACLU actually defended people's rights. They didn't care who you were. If it gets them to shut the fuck up about it, let them get the reparations from Illinois. I'm getting a P.O. box and get my quarter part. Nope on slave or owning, but I'll take the cash. It was Skokie. Okay, it was Skokie. All right. I'm sorry. Greenlee, what's up? Good to see you. They're neighbors. Skokie and Evanston are right next door. It's like right next to each other. North side, yeah. Right there by North Chicago, which North Chicago is the town of North Chicago is very point number 14 will make you laugh. Okay. The city already distributed $7 million using revenue from a local tax on legal marijuana sales to hundreds of people in $25,000 increments to be used for home repairs, down payments on property, and interest or late penalties on property taxes in the city. Remember going to those malls? Yeah, those malls were nice, man. There was a very nice mall up there. In other news, California opposes LGBT certification test. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'll pull that up for later. Yes. Of course, there's the alderman. Yeah. Like, how many of these people weren't even in the U.S. that came? I mean, because the African-American population of the United States held steady for a long time. You know, basically it was like growing with everyone else. And then a lot of, like, I would say probably 50% of the actual Black Americans are new arrivals that came in after the 60s. Massive well house fire erupts in Los Angeles. Are they burning more shit down in Los Angeles? Are they really burning more shit down in Los Angeles? Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. They went from allowing them to march to paying them to do it. Yes. Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than old King Kong. Badder than a junkyard dog. He's bad, Leroy Brown. Taking it from drug taxes is hilarious. Yeah. Hey, Jim, why are you trying to stop me from getting my money? Shit. The U.S. Department of Justice called the program racially discriminatory, because it is. Will Obama get reparations even though he is not the descendant of slaves? That's the thing. Like, a lot of people. Like, oh, will Kamala Harris get it even though her family owned slaves? I think anyone who was a slave here should get reparations from their slave owners. Definitely. They should get reparations from the people that enslaved them. Where were they enslaved? They were enslaved in Africa. So they should get reparations from Africa. Nixie Nix, what's up? How you doing? Jam of a song. That's right. Approximately 14%. There are sound ways for a city to remedy past discrimination and direct resources to its most vulnerable citizens and neighborhoods. Simply handing out money based on race, however, is not the answer. Harmeet Dillon, who's killing it. She is crushing it in her job. This is like her pick, Harmeet Dillon. Chef's kiss. She should be Attorney General. I don't think Kamala's even of African descent. Parliament backs hardline immigration. Ooh, okay. It's about time. Are they waking up finally? Is the EU waking up? Could it be possible? African tribes sold the people. That's right. I'm 0.8% Nigerian and 8% Native American. Well, you should get some money then. Get it good. Approximately 14% of the city's 76,000 residents are black, according to the census, with 11% identifying as more than one race. A majority of the city's black residents live in the city's 5th and 2nd wards, which are historically low-income areas. What if I just watched Roots and felt something about the story? Just give me the cash. Yeah, there you go. Wouldn't suing now be considered laches too late? It should be. It should be. You know, I mean, I could make the argument that all of the welfare programs enacted and, you know, with the New Deal and with the Great Society and all that stuff, actually, you know, the amount of money that's been taken out of the tax dollars has kind of been paid back, like, and then some. Or, hey, here's this. Why don't we just give them all 40 acres and a mule like they were promised? You know, we could do that. I mean, you'd have to give, you know, you'd have to basically give it to the, you know, for each ancestor, and then it would have to be divided up against their, you know, descendants. Sonny Hostin came from slave owners. Wonder how much she's willing to pay. Paint ourselves and just pay ourselves. You get a Walmart gift card. That's what you get. The more the government gets involved, the more problems they create. You ain't kidding. 7 generations ago, 128 direct descendants. Yeah, there you go. Don't forget the mule. Yeah, give them a mule too. But I mean, there's plenty of federal lands, you know, out in Nevada, in Arizona, and New Mexico that we can give away. Yes, my people were slaves before it was cool. Mine too. My people were the people where the name slave came from. My people are the Slavs. We're the original slaves. What if you're 25% black? How much is fair? I don't know. We should demand Africa recalls its defective agricultural equipment. Oh, God. Oh, God. Some of my ancestors fought and died for the North in the Civil War. Where are my reparations? Yeah, I mean, what about that? What about that? The Democrats ended the Freedmen's Bureau in 1872. Yes. Nevada in a nuclear test desert. Yeah, listen, it's still free land. It's still free land. I did see a crazy story today, too, which I think I'll try to pull up. They found a bunch of radiological material stored in a warehouse in California that nobody knew about, a bunch of uranium and other shit. Crazy, crazy story. If they hadn't killed Lincoln, they would have gotten their 40 acres and a mule. Fucking Democrats, man. Democrats. Crucifix of Red Masses right now. Okay. Reparations has been a hot button issue across the country since the abolition of slavery in 1865, but it's become especially polarizing in recent years after momentum grew for similar programs across the country in the wake of George Floyd's death. What the fuck does George Floyd have to do with it? At least 5 states, including California, New York, and Maryland, and many others, including Boston, Detroit, and Philly, have created task forces or commissions to study slavery reparations, but none have gone as far as Evanston to actually distribute resources. Hee-haw mule or drug mule? Well, whatever. Ducking Femocrats. You ain't kidding. What about the screwed indentured servants? Yes. 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 I'm half Slav since my paternal grandmother was Polish and grandfather was Lithuanian. Well, that's more than okay. Robin Rue Simmons, who pioneered the program in Evanston. I wonder if she's related to what's-his-face Simmons, the Jam Master Run from Run DMC, and the other guy was Russell Simmons, Robin Rue Simmons. I bet you she's related to Russell Simmons. After you signed off on DC de facto elected a social mayor. Yeah, you fucking cocksuckers. I know that. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Thanks for being here. Richard Simmons? No, I was thinking of Russell Simmons. Now they lead a committee that presides over the funds. And the lawsuit the federal government supports is a fear tactic aimed at dissuading other governments from pursuing similar programs. No, it's not. It's unconstitutional. You cannot have a race-based program. Michael Bashika, one of the attorneys who initially sued the city on behalf of 6 plaintiffs, said the applicants weren't required to demonstrate they were specifically harmed, leaving race as the only criteria. His clients would all be eligible if they were black. Bashika said Evanston's program is different from those in the past, pointing to the program that compensated Japanese people after the government imprisoned them, or the people in Chicago were paid after being tortured by the city's police department during the 70s and 90s, from the 70s through the early 90s. Oh, yes, that was Commander Burge. Yes. He got a lot. They used to use a old crank telephone that they would connect to people, and they would crank it up and shock people to get confessions. You know, can't do that stuff in America. There used to be a homesteading act. You got free land just by living on it for 5 years. Yeah, they can do that. Black dude stole my wallet once. Can I get free government money too? Biden paid black farmers. He did until it was ruled unconstitutional by the fucking Supreme Court. Yeah. Simmons vehemently disputed the idea that her program wasn't tailored to specific historical policies. She said redlining policies across the city between 1919 and 1960 harmed black communities. They also harmed Mexican communities. Let's be clear. Redlining wasn't just for black people. They did it for all races, for all ethnicities. Italians were redlined. Irish were redlined. They were kept in major cities all across the country. There was Irish neighborhoods, there was Lithuanian neighborhoods, there was Polish neighborhoods, there was black neighborhoods, there was Mexican neighborhoods, Hispanic. And when people tried to move out, it was a problem. And that's the way it was. And it was like that. It's still like that in some places, just because the people want to stay together. So you still have like a Little Italy, Chinatown, the Little Village in Chicago, And is it because they're being kept there by the government? It's because people just want to live around people that speak the same language as them and have the same traditions. Maybe they just wanted to stay around people who celebrated Kwanzaa. He said property owners wouldn't sell or rent to black families in areas with more wealth. Those policies often limited access to high-paying jobs, healthcare, and education. First of all, a high-paying job has nothing to do about where you live. It has to do with your education, your skills, what you can do. Women couldn't buy property either. That's right. They couldn't. They couldn't buy property either until they got suffrage. Why do they call it suffrage? I don't know. Because everyone suffers when they have to participate in the political establishment. Mm-hmm. She's what they call a high yellow. Evanston has set a new precedent, as shown that racial reparations are possible. Isn't Brighton Beach Russian? Yeah, Brighton Beach. There are people who generally celebrate Kwanzaa. Yeah, but most of them, I don't know if they don't know or they don't care that it was created by a serial rapist and murderer in prison in 1967, because men have suffered ever since. The Civil Rights Act is illegal. We have the right of freedom of association. I don't disagree with that. My family landed in Plymouth in 1630. Well, thank you. Suffrage is a Brit word. Okay. Mm-hmm. It also departed from prevailing attitudes among international governing bodies like the United Nations, which recently adopted a resolution that urged countries to implement reparations for the trafficking of Africans into slavery. Well, then the country that trafficked them, the states that trafficked them, should be paying the money. The people who captured them, who held them and sold them, should be the ones that pay, not the people who just came along and bought them. They were for sale. No, we have to suffer for their participation. Kwanzaa is a fake holiday. Yes, it is. Fun fact, north side of Chicago used to be the black side, and the south side used to be white until the 70s. Then they swapped, most segregated city. I think it's unconstitutional to force you not to discriminate to whom you sell your land to. Yeah, you don't have to sell your property to anybody. You can just not decide to sell it. I don't understand that. So then Justin News just says, federal government asked judge to stop black reparations program funded by Illinois marijuana taxes. That's racist all in and of itself. Marijuana taxes? Festivus for the rest of us. Yes, that's where we're going to have our airing of grievances. Going to have the airing of grievances. Yes. Please, people, please hit the like and subscribe to the channel. I know a lot of people have left. I guess they don't like my humor. Sorry. I'm doing the best I can of this. So the federal government asked a judge to put a stop to their first reparations program for black people, arguing it's unconstitutional. The DOJ is intervening in a 2024 lawsuit filed against the city of Evanston. So black residents or their direct descendants who lived in the city between 1919 and 69 claim to have suffered housing discrimination. DHS torches scum boogers, illegal immigrant charge, sex abuse, babysitter, house grant about. Oh my God. If you weren't a slave or didn't have one, you shouldn't be affected. Yes. How much money has the government spent in reparations in the form of welfare? Trillions. That's fair enough. Thankfully, Democrat Congress and Democrat president gave. Yeah, you know what, Greg? That's not true. The vast majority of Democrats did not support the Civil Rights Act. You might want to look into that. It was supported by every Republican except for one. Only one Republican didn't vote for the Civil Rights Act. All right. Goldwater was his name. So for that, Greg, for that little ditty of lies, I'm going to say goodbye to you till tomorrow. So come back tomorrow, Greg. Have a nice day. Unalienable rights, common law, I'll accept that. Giving drug money back to the gangs. Yeah, you know, never seen Seinfeld. That's what I'm saying. The $20 million program was funded on a local tax of marijuana sales. The program allots different benefits based on race of the recipient. Oh, so based on race, highly unconstitutional. It wouldn't have passed without the Republicans. It was mainly the Republicans. The Democrats were staunchly against it. Like the majority of Democrats voted against it. Yeah. Read up on voting. The Democrats didn't want to give blacks jack shit. That's correct. That is correct. Hey, WD Daisy, great to see you tonight. There's a sound ways for the city to remedy past discrimination, but this isn't it. So let's see. Hopefully, nighty night, Greg. Have a nice night. Bye-bye, Greg. I actually met Goldwater once, long time ago. Well, that's cool. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Goldwater's argument against it was that it was unconstitutional because it forced people to do business with people they didn't want to. It violates the freedom of association. So, yeah. You are a piece of work. The Democrats fought against the Civil Rights Act. Yes, they did. There was only one Republican that opposed it, and he opposed it not because of race, but because he thought it was unconstitutional. About mandatory, like you have to do business with people, you have to do this, you have to do that. He thought it violated the Constitution, which probably does. Klan member Byrd had the longest filibuster in history trying to kill the Civil Rights Bill. That's right. And Obama and all those people championed him as the scion of the Senate. He was their biggest leader. They said eulogies for him. And here's the thing, this entire shit that we're going through with the filibuster and reconciliation, it's the fucking Byrd rule. It was the rule that Byrd came up with, that you can't use reconciliation. You can only use reconciliation for these budgetary tricks. So it's still, a KKK leader is still in control of how we pass laws in America. Greg is probably a Russian or Chinese troll. He's a Canuck. Yeah. Shut up in color, Greg. So that, I think we talked about this. Is this going to have an actual? I guess this has. We're going to watch a quick little news story about it, and then we'll just see. New report details state of reparations for Black America.
The Black Roots Alliance just released its latest reparations report. Here to break down what this will mean for our local communities is Gabby Green, the Director of Policy Engagement and Research for Black Roots Alliance. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Now, before we get into this report, tell us a little bit about the Black Roots Alliance and its mission.
Yeah, so Black Roots Alliance is a local nonprofit in Chicago that's focused primarily on the safety and liberation of Black folks. So that looks like creating Black-centered spaces, Black leadership, and ultimately Black liberation.
And you've got the report right there in your hand. Can you give us some of your biggest takeaways?
Yeah, there was a real sense of urgency when it comes to reparations for Black folks and a need for comprehensive and accessible reparations. So it has to be able to be beneficial to all individuals within the community.
Now, when it comes to reparations, how do you quantify what would be an acceptable payback?
Reparations is more than just compensation. According to the United Nations definition, there's actually 4 other components that make it up. There's satisfaction, restitution, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition. So while a paycheck is great, there's also other elements of repair that is needed.
Because that's usually what people tend to focus on is the, I guess, financial aspect of that. Can you walk us through what are some of the next steps? Because this obviously is not the first time we're having this conversation about reparations.
Yeah, so last year during Juneteenth, Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order to establish a reparations task force. So we know that there's interest at the city level on reparations. So this is actually a well-timed report in that it can create a foundation for that task force to work off of.
So now that you have this report, do you send this report to the mayor's office? What happens next?
Yes, we continue to socialize this report out. You know, there's mayor's offices like the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, the Black Caucus members that are aldermen. Everybody basically needs to see this report and see how they can support the Black community.
And another big topic in the Black community is the wealth gap that we often hear about. That goes all the way back to slavery. If this were to be approved, how could reparations help kind of make up some of that gap?
Yeah, so the economic framework of reparations is really what's going to help close that wealth gap. That can be looking like housing, it can be looking like an educational gap, it can be looking like access to public and mental health centers.
I mean, don't these people realize that every time the government gets involved, shit gets worse? I mean, if you look at prior to the Civil Rights Act, prior to LBJ's, Great Society shit, that Black American families were more nuclear. They had a higher rate of in wedlock pregnancies. They had a lower rate of out of wedlock pregnancies. They had a higher they were doing great during all this time. They said they had problems as a community. They were a cohesive community that helped each other. They had Black-owned businesses. They had all their stuff going on all through the early 1900s. All right. And then all of a sudden the government comes along and we're going to help you. We're going to help you get rid of that man out of your house. We're going to help you be able to live on your own. And fucked everything up. I mean, you can look at directly crime rates and everything that happened after all the welfare shit went into effect. It's nuts. It's nuts. The interviewers should get 4 times more reparations. That's how I see it. Yeah. It's all lies for votes. That's right. She ain't Black. She's mixed. No reparations for you, woman. My grandpa was denied citizenship as a Russian, even though he arrived here in 1917 before there was any communist threat. Well, there is still the law on the books, all right, that says that a member of a communist cannot be a government employee, is not entitled to citizenship. You can be excluded from citizenship for being a communist. That's why I don't understand. They want millions each. 20K isn't going to cut it. It's crazy. Panhandlers unite. Yeah. Hillary's connection to Watergate is still mind-blowing. It is. It is. Yeah, she was one of the investigators that worked on Watergate. Yep, Dee. All right, we'll watch a little more of this.
There's a lot of things that reparations can look like.
And how would you say that members of our community and also our viewers at home, how can they get involved in this movement for reparations?
Yeah, be sure to check us out, BlackRootsAlliance.com. We are now.
Well, if we did that, Chicago would look like Johannesburg in a couple of years. I mean, they're already it's already bad.
Taking ambassadors for reparations, folks that want to go the extra mile to really promote reparations within their communities.
Gabby Green, thanks so much for your time this morning and for sharing much more on this report on reparations.
All right, yeah, the report on reparations. So the U.S. Justice Department seeking to join a federal lawsuit challenging the reparations program. According to the Justice Department, the program is available to Black individuals who lived in Evanston as adults, as well as their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Recipients may use the funds for housing-related expenses. It is illegal. What they're saying, simply handing out money based on race, however, is not the answer. U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros for the Northern District said, the Constitution requires governments to treat individuals equally regardless of race. The Constitution demands that governments treat citizens as individuals, not as members of a racial class. Brennan and Comey were both communists. Yes, which they should have. Someone should have cocked them out. No one involved in the stream have evidence they could at least leads to the prosecution. Yeah, no one has evidence against Clinton. I don't. Couple of months. Yeah, a couple of months would be bad. Yeah, buy black coffee. Yeah. Someone needs to come up with a color chart for reparations. Yeah. There's pics of killer with a big ass glasses sitting at the hearing room for Watergate. Yeah. Just saying. So yeah. So we're gonna have to follow this lawsuit. I hope other people dig into it, like lawyers dig into it and break it down, because I'm not a legal scholar. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on the internet. I know just enough about the law to be dangerous. I have what's known as a fairly decent memory. And so when I read stuff, I kind of remember it. And so I can recall things, cases, and stuff like that. But that's about it. And I've always been fascinated by the law because I have law in my family. That's all I'll say. Hasn't Gitmo been majorly expanded? I heard it has been. I am not suicidal. No, me neither. Good luck with getting reparations. Ain't going to happen. Obama, Big Mike, Oprah, billionaire rapper spoiled it. Candy Graham. So, a federal judge denied Evanston's motion to dismiss the case in March, allowing the suit to move forward. I'd say that lady's only 25% black. The same month, the Justice Department opened its own investigation into the program under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and the Fair Housing Act. Federal officials say the city declined to cooperate in the investigation. I'm not a lawyer, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Yes. I stayed in La Quinta. La Quinta. The others, in a brief, the city of Evanston said the city maintains its position on the legality. While we are cognizant of the filing made by the DOJ, the city does not provide comments. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So let's do this real quick. A bunch of people posted a bunch of stuff, which we'll get to before we get to the second hour. Epstein wasn't suicidal either. Well, according to the new documents, his murdering cellmate said he was really suicidal. Well said, Jim. I'm worse. My verbiage does not get grasped what I meant. No problem. No problem. They got trillions of dollars fraudulently. Reparations for the slaves, not their offspring 4 generations later. Yeah. You've been to Gitmo? I almost went to Gitmo. I was offered a position on a special boat unit in Guantanamo, and I was just like, I thought about it. I thought it would be cool, but I'm like, I was young and I liked to go out and do stuff at the time, and I was like, you can't really go out anywhere. You can't go party or nothing. So I turned it down. La Quinta, translation, the whorehouse. Oh, thank you. So let's see. President Trump signs the memorandum of understanding at Versailles, or Versailles, depending on how you pronounce it.
Yes. Bravo. Good job. Great job. Bravo.
Now you tell me, Joe. I was worried I couldn't get any. I probably should have went. I probably would have had a lot of fun. Who knows? I might have stayed in. Japanese reparations of $20,000 were only paid to adults directly interned, not their descendants. Yeah, and I believe they cut that off and stopped it in the 90s or 80s or 90s. Ooh la la, frog legs. Went snorkeling and the tide almost took us to Havana. So they got field trips to Gitmo? No, I was in the Navy and it was a position on a special boat unit, but I passed. Donald Trump's voice sounded a little rough at the G7. Maybe. He's been busy. The guys out at Opelika Coast Guard used to, never mind. So let's see. So Justin, U.S. and Iranian officials signed the memorandum of understanding. Under the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz has been fully opened. The U.S. will now provide sanctions relief through the termination of all sanctions and waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurance, transportation, etc. The U.S. will also make available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran, according to the memorandum. Iran has agreed that it will not procure or develop nuclear weapons. Trump noted earlier that if Iran does not honor, we'll go back to bombing the shit out of them until they honor it. Axios reported earlier the U.S. and Iran were discussing moving the official signing to remote signing on Wednesday as they opposed Friday in Switzerland. He flew from UFC directly to France. His voice is better than mine. All he did was go to Walmart. Fact of the day, Gitmo's radio station has the largest collection of vinyl albums in the world. No shit. Wow. Trump's press conference was long and woven. Okay. This comes after President Trump and Vance and Speaker of the Parliament signed a memorandum on Sunday. Accounts of the signing differ, but one diplomat from one of the mediating countries claimed it never happened. U.S. officials and others saying it did. Axios Barak Ravid posted a follow-up minutes ago on X confirming that it's been signed and it takes effect immediately. U.S. and Iran have signed and it takes effect immediately. All right. Trump held a press conference at the G7 where he said U.S. officials read the 14 points allowed to the press. They did? They let it out to the press? Do they have the video here of him reading it? How do you not have the fucking video of him reading it? How do you not have the video of him reading it? Well, I just want to point out too, just so everybody can see that oil prices are now $75.81 a barrel right now. $75.81. They won't keep dropping. They'll be in the 60 range by Friday, if not before. So we will have $2 gas by the 4th of July. So kudos. Trudeau's. Okay. So I'm not going to read all these points. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding United Nations Security Resolution. Oh, Security Council. Anyway, I'm not going to read all these things because I don't know what's true and what's not, but I do want to get to this because this person who's an Iranian says the Iranians will cheat. The Islamic Republic will cheat. In the UK, gas is $8 a gallon. I think they buy it by the liters there. I believe in reparations. They should be done same as class action payouts, a $5 check. I don't know. I just got a check for some Facebook class action, which I hope it wasn't a scam. $75. I was shocked. Nothing happens till October. So did you know, this is a thread on the gap between what the Islamic Republic promises and what it actually delivers with receipts. We keep saying don't repeat history, but what if we already have? Uh-oh. In 1918, World War I ended and the Allied powers thought they'd won. They sanctioned Germany, stripped its territory, humiliated its peoples. But they left its nationalist core breathing. They thought it was over. It wasn't. It was 1918. We just talked about this. It's kind of like, didn't France give us the Ayatollah? Yes, he was in France, but let's be honest and fair. The Shah of Iran was making noises about nationalizing all the oil. And a lot of it was owned by British companies and some U.S. companies. And MI6, MI5, MI6, whatever, the British, they, along with the CIA, fomented, thanks to Peanut Head Carter and his idiot national security advisor, fomented the student uprising in Iran and set the stage for the return of the Ayatollah, because they thought the Ayatollah was a guy they could deal with, and they thought he was anti-communist. Yeah, they're idiots. Jimmy Carter gave us this mess. Yes, he did. Trump's deal is an ultimatum. Are we really playing the England and Philly on the 4th? I hope so. That would be great. I don't trust the Iranian government either. No, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And with my bad back, I shouldn't throw anybody. We don't have to trust them. We know everything. So Germany didn't soften. It radicalized. Hitler didn't rise despite Versailles. He rose because of it, feeding off humiliation, rebuilding in plain sight, signing agreements he never intended to keep. 21 years later, World War II. Hey, what do you know? Nuremberg rallies. And this wasn't a one-time mistake. Every time the world has made a deal with a totalitarian regime and left it breathing, it came back. 1931, Japan invades Manchuria. The world watches. Well, technically, Japan invaded Manchuria, and the League of Nations, who was teethless and couldn't do anything, and Japan just said, yeah, fuck you. I don't care. And they left. It better be, but 60 days will be too close to elections. He won't do anything until after. There might be some Iranian leaders who are a bit more willing, but the IRGC will never give in. Poor Jimmy, and he was a Navy man. Yeah. Were you a Marine, Brian? Are you going to tell me, you're going to say, oh, the Marines are a department of the Navy? The men's department? Yes, they are an Islamic regime that lies. Yes. And I will tell you, if you say that about the men's department, I will tell you that your Navy, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So you know that the Marines are basically just the mostly Army retards riding into Navy's excellent ships. In the Navy. But I love my Marine brothers. Italy invades Ethiopia, half measures. Hitler marches into Rhineland. He's just got it going into his own backyard. Yeah, the Munich Agreement, Chamberlain calls it peace of our time. Pattern isn't a coincidence. Navy gave us the YMCA. Well, you're welcome. In 2015, the world signed the JCPOA with the Islamic Republic. Sanctions lifted, billions unlocked. Iran's own deputy foreign minister said out loud, Iran becomes stronger after the nuclear deal. They weren't even hiding it. Your pop was a Marine. Okay. I almost said insert Djibouti joke here. Leaded crayons will do that. They can. Oh, what the fuck? The Navy's dream is one day to be man enough to be soldiers. You know. I don't know. I mean, the JCPO left the IRGC, the regime's ideological armed forces, completely untouched. The money didn't go to the Iranian people. It went to Hezbollah, Assad, and the Houthis. The ideology survived. The Marines survived. 80 men go down, 40 couples come back. Oh, man. Dude, they're letting women go on submarines now. Can you believe that? That's insane. That's insane. There's like a whole thing now. I've got some buddies whose kids are in the Navy, and they're like talking about like, you know, sea wives and shit. Like that shit's going on. Seamen. No, I spelled it right. I gotcha. This is 1918, not 1945. The world hasn't won anything. It just agreed to look away for a few more years. This week, J.D. Vance said the U.S. is very close to a deal with the Islamic Republic. He wants his kids to grow up in a world where Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. So did the people who signed Versailles. So did Obama. The IRGC is still standing. The clock is already ticking. Iranians have been trying to tell the world this for decades with their lives in the streets, with their nothing but bodies against armed forces. The question isn't whether the regime is dangerous. The question is how long the world plans to keep being surprised by it. Seaman Staines, consider yourself discharged. Yes. Good joke. Some people just aren't smart enough for the Navy. They do have standards in the Navy. Everybody, including Trump, expects Iran to cheat, but I, for one, am sick of going to war for the price of gas in Europe. I trust Trump. He has a plan. I just hope he doesn't, if they fuck around, I hope he just, like, takes out the people in charge again. Like, if you keep schwacking the people in charge, eventually someone's going to come along that's going to be like, all right, I don't want to die. You haven't watched Down Periscope? I've watched Down Periscope. That movie is fantastic. But you do see that those guys in that, what they did, those guys were awesome. They took an old diesel boat and kicked the shit out of a nuke sub. Awesome. Today, the world is making the exact same mistake, the Islamic Republic, as it did with the Nazis. Never again should be implemented before it's too late. Part of the money is going straight to Hezbollah and Assad instead of the Iranian people is important. Do you think any deal can succeed without directly confronting the weakened IRGC first? Iranian leadership already contradicting the White House statement, far from over. Okay. Yeah. Trump has only 2 years left. What will Iran do after Trump's gone? Deal with Rubio. They're going to have to deal with Rubio or Vance, I think. Agree. Okay. At least myself and Joe were smart enough to join the Air Force. Well, I will say this, Dan, that the Air Force does have the highest intelligence standards, whatever you want to call it, to get in. They're like, even the guys that scrape the bird shit off the plane wings got to be smart for some reason. You guys get names in the back pockets of your pants. Remember what your guy's name is and you're with. I love the military shit talking, whatever sounds coming out of Marine is called. Oof, oof, oof. There was a woman on that sub. Yeah, definitely. I went green, not blue. Yeah, Joe was Army. Hitler had signed many treaties, and we all know how they ended up. So we'll see. So it says U.S. officials releases official agreement. Read the 14 points. Senior U.S. administration official read out the 14-point documents, which spells out the provisions. Are they gonna? I want to hear them read it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. Where's the person reading it? How are you going to say somebody reads it out? What is this? I don't know. I don't want to read it. I'm just saying. U.S. officials downplay the text of the agreement, saying it doesn't account for back channel commitments. Oh. U.S. officials are working quickly to release the text as they downplay the significance. I wanted to be in the Air Force. Smash that like, hit the follow. Definitely. Now they have stress cards. Yeah, it's crazy, right? What's more important is the actual documents, understandings we have with each other. Well, I guess so. The text does spell out financial relief, that there's going to be a $300 billion development fund, but that's not that money's not coming from the U.S. at all. He read it, but not public. Oh, okay. Took test in the Navy, changed mind. Okay. Well, Navy stands for never again volunteer yourself. So only access any benefits if they abide by all the points they agreed to. So, all right. Well, we're gonna jump over that because I don't want to get all into this. I need more before I start reading it and get upset. I want to make sure I know it's true. So a massive warehouse fire erupts in Los Angeles. That's crazy. You got an E4 airman assigned to us in Iraq. Great kid. Took all our shit like a trooper. We had a guy we called C13. Good Navy comm guy. Comm nav guy. We knew him for 20 years. Still get his name wrong. Didn't Hegseth get rid of all the faggy shit like stress cards? I believe so. I looked for a public reading. No joy. Iran is going to say there's some sort of problem with the translation. Marines actually have the lowest scholastic requirements. Yes, they do. But they have to have a very high tolerance for Crayola. A massive warehouse fire erupted in Boyle Heights on Wednesday. Thick black smoke billowed from the storage facility at 1400 block of South Los Palos Street. Gomer, that's right. I think the IRGC is planning to wait Trump out for another Biden-Obama. It could be. Massive fire at commercial building. Wow. There's been a lot of these lately in California. A lot of these fires. I think they've been set by people. That one earlier was set by somebody. They're trying to destroy our infrastructure. That's what I think. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Firefighters are battling an explosive fire that broke out in a large cold storage facility. Ooh. That's not good. For my brothers and sisters in arms, love you, fucks. Well, thank you, Joe. Love you too, man. Hooah. Hooah. To my army brothers. Hooah. That means we're 38 away from a second additional hour. That's right. 38 away from a second. It's no longer cold. Yeah, that rapidly defrosted. It's possible this fire could turn out into a hazardous material situation. They all have solar panels on the entire roof. They could have been solar panels, and most of them are all made in China, and they all come with a cell transmitter in there, so China can do shit to them. So maybe China has caused them to explode. It's possible. The shelter in place was issued for areas of the Genesis LFD zone. The fire was first reported at 2:35 p.m. at the Lineage facility. First arriving units reported the fire was showing from the roof of the massive single-story building. They're estimating at 1,000 by 500 feet. Wow. Firefighters were operating in an offensive mode on the roof. Were told to immediately evacuate as the situation got more dangerous. Wow. E4 Mafia. Yeah. I went out as an E5. I think there are critical military assets on ships heading to Iran that they wanted to get before quitting the agreement. Okay. 8 miles from your house. No shit. This is a second massive warehouse fire in Southern California this year. Earlier this year, a suspect, Shamal Abakariam, was federally charged in connection with a 6-alarm fire that destroyed a 1.2 billion square foot warehouse in Ontario, California. Hey, King of Biltong, how's it going, everybody? Good evening, everyone. On my way out the door, going home, just peeking in. Well, thanks for being here. We did have your advertisement already, but I will do it again because why not? If you're interested in some good protein and you like the way meat tastes in your mouth, go on over to www.biltongusa.com and get yourself some biltong and use promo code JIM at checkout to save 10%. You can get, the tasty Wagyu or Angus beef. They also have spicy peri peri, Ghost, and Reaper if you really like it hot. And they have a bunch of other snacks and gifts and cakes and candies you can get. So go over, visit Anton's kitchen over at www.biltongusa.com and use promo code JIM. Tell them Jim sent you. Thank you. The more I read, the bigger a Charlie Fox this MAU is going to be. Well, I hope not. Yes, meat is good. Meat is good. So we have to keep an eye on this stuff because you never know. You never know what's going to happen with these things. California to impose an LGBT certification test for $633 million in government contracts. This, Brian says, howdy, everybody. Good to see you all. Check PayPal. Okay, I will do that. Oh, thank you so much for Brian Ogden for the $20 on PayPal. That means, folks, we are now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, King of Biltong. I know. You're good. You're good. I got your delivery the other day. Thank you very much. I will say, though, maybe next time you send some peri peri, one bag, if you can. I kind of grown fond of that. So that means, folks, we are now just $18 away with the 20 from Brian Ogden. We are $18 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. Oh, and guess what? With that, folks, we have another person. I don't know if you want me to say your name, JC. Who is JC? I don't want to use your
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you, JC. Those are your initials. I don't want to use your name because I don't know. I don't want to use anybody's name. On PayPal, they don't give me a chance to not use somebody's name. So whoever you are, for the $30 on PayPal, thank you very much, JC. 100% can do Angus or Wagyu. I don't care. Either one, peri peri, just, one bag of peri peri, maybe Wagyu or Angus. I don't care. It's JT Colbert in the chat with 30. Thank you, JT Colbert. Thank you so much. And that means, folks, we are now just $88 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Wow, that's insane. So we're going to actually set, as soon as the goal expires on YouTube, we're going to set up another goal for another 2 hours on YouTube. Thank you so much, JT Colbert. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. You guys are super generous tonight, I tell you. Super duper generous. Thank you, JT Colbert. I better get my coffee. Oh, thank you. Why, is there a coffee? Someone sent a coffee? No, I don't see one on coffee. Oh, super tips. All right. Under the banners. Assets. We'll switch to this one. Thank you. Yes, appreciate it. So yeah, look at, there it is. Love is giving out money. Did Logic go on for a long time last night? I don't know. We don't go by YouTube Gold Time. We do what we want. Oh, I got you. I know. I'm going to reset it though. I slept from 3 p.m. till now. Well, I've been up since 7 a.m. My grandson woke me up. You're going to add some peri peri dried sausage? Well, thank you. Greatly appreciated. I did like the sausage. I got both once before. I did like them. They were good. Very good. Thank you. I learned of Jim from Late Night Joe's show. Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Awesome. So California regulators are encouraging utility companies to stir hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts to LGBTQ certified businesses. The efforts are part of a state diversity program that bases procurement, in part on sexual orientation or gender identity. According to a report by Christopher Rufo at the City Journal, the California Public Utilities, I think I had this in X. I had this in X. I'm going to have to, no. I had this on X. I'm talking about it. California is pressuring public utilities to award $633 million in special contracts to LGBTQ people. Based on 2024 utility spending, the target would amount to $633 million. I was up at 5 a.m., worked till 3. Long work weeks at 52 aren't very fun. No, they're not, but they're good. We all know Jim likes the sausage. He was in the Navy. Oh, man, he's been up since 4:30. Wow. I love sausage. Charcoal grilled, Italian sausage, Polish sausage, smoked sausage. I love it all. Can't get enough. Former Governor Jerry Brown signed legislation in 2014 requiring CPUC to recognize LGBTQ-owned businesses, while Governor Newsom later broadened the initiative across the energy sector. Here's the state official gay checklist. Let's see. So, copy of a valid state license, certificate of marriage, domestic partnership, proof of domestic partnership, health insurance, copy of same-sex partner hospital visitation rights, evidence of completed parenting or business, 3 letters of reference from personal contacts, proof of media coverage, including publications stating you're the owner of a business. Seems unconstitutional to me. Highly unconstitutional. Highly unconstitutional. I guess this doesn't work anymore. Yeah, these guys, bosom buddies. Remember that? Remember that show, Bosom Buddies? Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't believe that. Utilities regulated by CPUC spend more than $43 billion on contractors in 2024. To obtain certification, applicants must provide documentation establishing LGBTQ ownership. Wow. Beef biltong. Yeah. You know, someone's going to clip that. I don't mind. How do you get certified? It's like a loofah thing in the villages. It could be. Rolled raccoon. It could be. I was young. Who cares if they're gay? Yeah, remember that? Remember that whole thing? Who cares? Stay out of our bedroom. What we do is our private bedroom. Leave us alone. You know, but now they want everybody to know and celebrate it. Celebrate the cocks you suck. That's what they're like. No, sorry. It is what it is. Accepted forms of evidence can include letters from LGBTQ organizations, media reports. Utilities are required to track diversity spending. This is what's called quotas, which the Supreme Court has specifically said you're not allowed to do quotas. Sounds like discrimination. It is. You can't do set-asides and quotas, especially when it's government monies. You can't order private businesses to do it. One business told the Journal that diversity certifications helped his company secure work. How about just, if I was a straight white male, I might be concerned that I don't have the same opportunity. It worked out great for me. Oh. The policy remains in place despite California voters approving Prop 209, which bars preferential treatment based on race, sex, and ethnicity in public contracting. State records show there's 451 LGBT certified businesses. So the state voted and said you can't do this. but they're doing it anyway. They're doing it anyway. Inside the gay certification program, Americans are used to handouts for favored groups. Affirmative action, university admissions, corporate diversity, minority-owned contracting requirements, direct opportunities, and contracts supposedly to oppress groups. In California, Democrats have embraced another kind of favoritism, contracts for state-certified gay-owned business. The scheme operates through the California Public Utilities Commission, which regulates privately owned utility companies. California's utilities spent $43 billion on contracts in 2024 alone. Fuel suppliers, surveyors, engineers. In 1986, Governor George Dukamajian signed Assembly Bill 3678, which required certain regulated utilities submit annual plans for buying goods and services from women and minority-owned companies. 2 years later, they created a supplier diversity program, which would enforce the law and set contracting goals. Jelly Roll is divorcing Bunny. I don't know too much about it, but I heard it was a woman that he was with when he was fat. Now he's skinny and he's getting rid of her. I don't celebrate someone else's choice of friction. Keep what you do away from my kids. That's right. That's what I'm saying. I don't celebrate other people's sexuality. Me neither, man. Keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away now. Keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away now. Up on the horizon says, I was the owner-operator of a small pizzeria restaurant for 37 years. 80-hour work weeks were nothing. Yeah, see, a lot of people don't understand that, what it takes to be a small business owner, the amount of hours, the sweat, blood, tears you have to pour into it, working without getting paid. You think Bunny wants kids, Jelly doesn't? Okay. Under a series of demon rat governors, the program has expanded to include gay-owned businesses. In September, Governor Jerry Brown required CPUC to recognize LGBTQ-owned businesses as eligible for supplier diversity benefits. Sorry, but my opinion, they need to cancel Juneteenth. I mean, Juneteenth is a crazy holiday because all that Juneteenth was when a certain group of people in Texas found out about the Emancipation Proclamation. That was it. It wasn't when all the slaves were freed. I like to rub this in all the time. Do you guys know the last state in the Union to free the slaves? The last state? It wasn't in the South. It was in the North. It was the state of New Jersey. Did not free their slaves until the day that the 13th Amendment was ratified. That's a fact. You can Google it. You can look it up. You can goggle that shit. New Jersey, not New York. It was New Jersey. Jersey. It was New Jersey. So Newscomb expanded the program further. In the years that followed, they faced activist pressure to implement the gay expansion. Build Out California, a rebranded LGBTQ building industry, sent a letter arguing about homophobia existed within the ranks of utility companies. Juneteenth is a woke holiday. It is. Nobody even paid any attention to it until just recently. Native American tribes had slaves for decades after the Emancipation Proclamation. Yes. Yep. Juneteenth is the ultimate pandering from Biden to his pets. Yeah. The state legislative LGBTQ caucus suggested in 2021 that even considering lower gay procurement targets was an insult to the community. In 2022, they fully implemented expansion, meaning establishing a goal for utility companies with annual revenues exceeding $25 million to buy things from LGBTQ businesses. 0.5% procurement, 1%, 1.5%, and beyond. So they got to keep adding more and more and more. Like Kwanzaa, definitely, just like Kwanzaa. How many slaves did Jersey have? I don't know, but not more than one. They had a bunch. There was a very large presence of African Americans in Jersey, around Atlantic City and other places. Just saying. I mean, a lot of them didn't move there. They were there the whole time. And they stayed and they worked in Atlantic City and stuff afterwards. It's an exercise in never passing third grade spelling. Okay. They would have to send roughly $633 million to the LGBT firms. The scheme raises an obvious question. How does a business qualify? Paperwork, supplier, clearinghouse, a group that certifies firms, features a list of qualification links linked on its website. Applications can secure certification by providing a letter from any LGBT organization attesting their sexual preferences. So I guess they just have to go and suck a dick and then they get certified. Wow. That seems like extortion for dick sucking. Supplier Clearinghouse also accepts gay certification letters from the National LGBT Allied Chamber of Commerce Alliance, whatever. Marianne Horton has experienced this journey firsthand. An early internet pioneer credited with helping develop email attachment is a white male who transitioned and is now married to a woman. Wait a minute. So she was a man, transitioned to a woman, and is married to a woman. So what? So that's just a guy that's married to a woman that calls himself a woman. You guys see this? This guy who pioneered email attachment is a white male who transitioned and is now married to a woman. To prove that Red Ace was lesbian owned. If he's a man, how is he a lesbian? Yeah, okay. Jordanian-born Muslim wins Democrat primary for Georgia State Senate. Yeah, there's also the person who won to replace Eric Swalwell is also another Muslim. It seems like the Green-Red Alliance, as in the Muslim Commie Alliance, is he really gay or crazy? I don't know. I don't get it. Brian goes, I'm a lesbian as well. There's a lot of them. The Democrat Party is being taken over, and they don't even realize it, by Islamist communists, Islamo-communists, Islamo-fascists. Heterosex with extra steps. That's what it sounds like. Just a dude playing another dude. That's right. So, to prove transgender status, they filed a therapist carry letter. Anyway, all right, take care. Have a nice night, King of Biltong. Anton, take care. He's 1/4 lesbian. Yes. So, if I was a straight white male, I'd be concerned I don't have the same opportunity. It worked out great for me. Well, that sounds like an issue. So, yeah. So there's that. That's what's going on. That's crazy. Preferential public contracting is technically illegal. In 1996, voters approved Prop 209, which banned it. So how are they doing it? The CPUC's arm-twisting regulations violate the spirit of the law. They list goals, but they don't, 15% to minority-owned firms, 5% to women, 1.5. So they have like quotas. Imagine needing equations to understand a person's gender. Yeah, just a quarter. It claims that goals are not a requirement. In practice, the agency cajoles utilities and compliance by requiring them to collect extensive demographic data, submit detailed reports, list their plans, and then shaming them. Despite the commission's efforts, utilities and businesses don't seem interested in the certification. Large utilities with LGBT business decreased by 5%. Oh, wow. The state imposed these new rules based on the views that government spending should not merely purchase goods and services, but also engineer social outcomes. This is nuts, man. This is nuts. Californians don't need an energy system delivered by gay contractors. They need an energy system that works. Utility regulators should be in the business of regulating utilities, not verifying sexual preferences. Companies should award contracts based on competence and quality, and cost, not on the sexuality of business owners. I totally agree. That's right. Buy some meat from King of Biltong. Check them out. The 8-ounce bags make ultimate gifts. Use promo code JIM to save 10%. BiltongUSA.com. Tomorrow is Tulsi's last day of work. Is it? I thought it was the 19th. I thought it was Friday. So anywho's, EU Parliament backs hardline immigration bill paving the way for mass deportations. I believe the goal has expired on the YouTube thing, so I'm going to do another goal because, that's how I like to do it. I like to keep it going. And currently, I believe we are very close to actually a third additional hour. So I'm going to start a new goal. All right. And it's going to be 20 of these. We're 88 away from a third additional hour. For 2 hours. We got another 2 hours of show at least. Wow. No, not that one. I posted the wrong thing. Sorry. What? I was hitting the wrong buttons. That sucks. So yeah, so we for every 100. We are currently 88 away from a third additional hour. 88 away. Third. Wow. Here we go. And away we go. Oh, it didn't take, did it? Why does it do that sometimes and not take? I don't get it. And I have to refresh. I think it just went. I think it just went. I think it did. Did it go through? Yep, it did. 2 hours. Okay. But that doesn't mean the show's going to end in 2 hours. I mean, the show can continue if we hit the goal, or, you know, it ends when I end after the goal is hit usually. Friday is Slave Day. Yes. Yes, please hit the like button. Please like the stream. Please check it out. Please do all that stuff. Do all the things and stuffs and things and stuffs. And, you know, we like that. We like it a lot. If everyone does the things. If everyone does the things we like to do, Definitely going to have to shut off Instagram before it ends tonight. That's for sure. Send them back chants, shake Brussels. Wow. The European Parliament has approved a new tough deportation law deemed the strictest ever, aimed at removing illegal migrants faster, signaling that Europe's failed open borders era could finally be forced into retreat. The return regulation passed 418 to 218 with 30 abstentions. Once formally approved by the Council, it would create a hard EU framework for deporting migrants who have no legal right to remain in Europe. Well, that's what they'll say they have the legal right. The vote produced a charged scene in the chamber. Supporters applauded, while MEPs on the right chanted, "Send them back," a phrase that summed up the demand now rising across Europe's streets. Let's see. We must be the only country that celebrates that it took months for one of our states to hear about the passage of a law. Right? Well, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even the passage of a law. It was an executive order. They're clapping because the law passed that they're going to send all the migrants back. Look at these clowns. Yeah. Or they could just go back to having their own countries. Yeah, that would be nice, right? That would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be a good thing to have your own country, your own sovereignty, as they say? Left-wing lawmakers answer with chants of "shame on you." No, shame on you. But for millions of Europeans, the real shame is not deportation, but that illegal migrants have been raping and murdering people like it's going out of style. I mean, that's an issue. Don't you think? I think it's an issue. Personally, I think it's a major issue. Wait a minute. Someone else maybe that I gotta get that? No, I got that. Okay. Wake up number 103 and tell him. Yeah, why don't we? It would be crazy. It would be crazy if we could get 103 likes or something. Maybe. something. It'd be nice if we could get some more likes, from somebody. Only around 20% of people ordered to leave the EU are actually removed. That's crazy. They should all be removed. The EU shouldn't be making laws for other sovereign nations. I concur. The new law is designed to end the EU's farcical deportation system. It imposes tougher cooperation duties, expands detention powers, strengthens entry bans, allows return hubs inside the EU, and makes it harder for rejected migrants to disappear into another member state. At the center of the package are return hubs in non-EU countries. That sounds good. That sounds really good. Yes. So these facilities would allow member states to transfer rejected asylum seekers and irregular migrants outside the bloc through agreements with third countries. That's fire, right? Yeah, the EU isn't a nation. Well, no, but do you know the EU was actually a plan that the Germans had for post-World War II Europe? They called it something else. They didn't call it the European Union. They called it the German Federation or something like that. They had a name for it, but that's what the plan was, to have everything as part of this union. And it's weird that the people who put it forward in the 50s were all German speakers. Just saying. With ties to the Nazi party. Just saying. The hubs could serve as transit sites for people awaiting return to their countries. Well, they should go somewhere. They could also hold migrants for longer periods when their home countries refuse to cooperate. And that's the thing. If their countries refuse to cooperate, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to be stuck with them? No, they got to go. We should just put them on a boat and make them stateless pirates. Unaccompanied minors would be exempt from transfer to the hubs. Families with children, however, could still be removed under the framework at a point that enraged NGOs and left globalist pro-migration politicians. Well, yeah, they just want to bring in the families and the kids. They use the kids to bring in the families, and then they go, oh, you can't get rid of them because it's a family, because it's a whole family affair. For supporters of the law, return hubs are not radical. What was radical was allowing Europe to become a permanent holding zone for people who had no right to stay. Yep, the UN helped send the illegals into other countries. Yes, they did. The law required migrants facing removal to actively cooperate with authorities. They would have to provide documents, share information, and remain available for deportation. The MAU text has been released. I understand, Jason. I'm just waiting on it. I had it pulled up. I want to make sure before I read it. I don't want to be upset. That's what they did to the Jews. That's right. Non-cooperation could lead to detention. That is essential because the old system rewarded obstruction, lost paperwork, false identities, and disappearance. The regulation would also allow detentions for much longer periods. Illegal migrants awaiting removal could be held for up to 2 years, with further extensions in certain cases and stronger rules for those considered security risks. You don't say. That marks a major shift away from Brussels' old weakness. For years, Europe issued orders without consequence, deadlines without enforcement, and warnings without removals. The law also strengthens mutual recognition of return decisions across the EU. A deportation order issued in one member state would become easier to enforce in another. Well, that makes sense. It was called the Europäische Wirtschaft Germanschaft. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Not want Jim to be upset. Yeah, no. Yes. Oof. Well. The provision targets one of the biggest loopholes in the Schengen system. Rejected migrants should not be able to evade deportation simply by moving from one European country to another. Entry bans would become tougher as well. In most cases, they could rise from 5 to 10 years, while security risk migrants could face even harder exclusions. Hillary 2028, if she's living, she's running. Really? That would be funny. The regulation also gives authorities stronger powers to find irregular migrants and gather evidence for removal. Officials will be able to search a migrant's residence or other relevant premises. Well, yeah, why wouldn't you be able to search their premises for them? The NGOs activists have compared this provision to U.S.-style immigration raids, but the law and order answer is simple. If the state cannot locate illegal aliens, seize documents, or verify identities, deportation becomes a meaningless fantasy. Hey, Mr. Fantasy, play me a tune. Good song. The law would also end the automatic suspension of deportation whenever a legal challenge is filed. Courts would instead decide a case by case whether a removal order should be paused. That change strikes at one of the most abused parts of the system. Appeals have often become delay weapons, allowing rejected migrants to remain in Europe long after their claims failed. What's with the pink police cars? Where? What do you mean? MAU been signed. Iran House Speaker advanced meeting in Switzerland. Okay. Oh, no. Now that song's in my head. Scroll up. Lots of fake news. Okay. The vote confirmed the rise of the new right-leaning migration majority in the European Parliament. European People's Party joined with the European Conservatives and Reformists, Patriots for Europe, and the Europe of Sovereign Nations, and some liberals from a new Europe to pass the measure. Faded red? You're saying the rated Fed? What do you mean? One advertisement on your webpage had a pink for police interceptor. No, that's not. No, that's meat. That's not a police interceptor. That's meat. That's King of Biltong. That's meat. That's not a police car. The EPP still publicly rejects formal alliances with parties it considers too hardline, but on deportation, it increasingly depends on those same parties to pass the policies voters actually want. That's the political truth Brussels can no longer hide. The parties once mocked as too harsh on migration are now shaping the agenda because the establishment's soft border model collapsed. Socialists and left-wing MEPs largely oppose the laws. Ana Catarina Mendez, vice president of the Socialists and Democrats group, warned that the regulation risks normalizing practices that once been unthinkable. Oh, well, they're thinkable now that you got all these rapists and murderers coming in. But the truly unthinkable thing is for ordinary Europeans watching their governments lose control of who lives inside their countries. Yes, why shouldn't Italy be for Italians and France be for the French and England be for the English? Germany be for the Germans, Sweden for the Swedes, and Switzerland for the Swiss, and Lithuania for the Lugans, and will Spain comply with this? Well, they won't have a choice. What's up? Hey, Neil, how you doing? Shalom. Great to see you, Neil. 2 years ago, I could sense a growing geopolitical switch. Yeah, well, with shit happening, like these murders are happening by the immigrants and the rape gangs and the other stuff, they're lucky it's just people voting. Because, not too long ago, this shit going on, the people in charge would have been, let's just say, given a quick ride. Spain has kissed up to Trump like the other has Spain kissed up. Yeah, Spain has no choice but to kiss up. I don't think Switzerland ever joined the EU. Probably not, because they like to say, that they're independent and neutral on everything. You changed your pick to the clan bake pick. Oh, yeah, that's the Democrats. Those were the Democrats marching. G7 should be like a G6 song. Well, there is a G7 plane. It's much better than the G6, actually. I think there's even a G8 plane. Yeah, the return regulation is not a full remigration. It does not yet reverse the damage of decades of mass immigration, failed integration, and weak deportations. But it's a step towards the principle that Europe should never have abandoned. Those with no right to stay must leave. Brussels is now being forced to speak in terms it spent years treating as taboo. Detention, deportation, searches, third country hubs, entry bans, compulsory cooperation. That shift didn't come from NGOs, judges, or bureaucrats. It came from citizens who refused to be ignored. Well, that's the thing. I wonder. Yep, you checked. The Swiss never joined. I wonder who, if the judges will actually enforce the law or if they'll say no, because aren't EU laws enforced by EU courts, not local courts? We're talking about the music song G6. Oh, like a G6. No, I know the song. It was a good song. I'm just saying, I believe there's a G7. The real test will be enforcement. Europe has passed migration rules before, only to watch them collapse under litigation, activist pressure, bureaucratic cowardice, and political betrayal. This time, voters will judge the EU by planes in the air, removals completed, and borders restored, not speeches, conferences, or paper reforms. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. We got this like amazing video. Crucifix survives massive tornado devastating an Indiana Catholic school. It's stupid to move there. You have to speak fluent Swiss, German, and bring a company with you and have a shit ton of money for them to even consider you. I'm watching Ricky Bobby, Anarchy. Okay. Wow, look at that. Look at that. The only thing left after the tornado was a crucifix. Large crucifix remained completely intact and standing tall after a powerful tornado ripped through Maryville, Indiana, causing widespread destruction at the Catholic Andrean High School.
It looks like we do have a drone shot up above. We're kind of in this area here of Andrean High School. This is a private high school, and they're seeing a lot of damage there done to the roof. You're probably seeing some people, some bystanders in the area. What's crazy is the one thing that remains standing right now, it seems like, right by this high school or on this high school campus is a cross. Take that however you want to take it, but I do think it's a strong symbol, and it's something that people are talking about here in the town. I can't believe that this cross is the one thing that's standing right now. Once again, though, this could have been a lot worse. That's what we're hearing from neighbors. A lot of them are telling me they're just relieved that they're not hearing of any sort of fatalities. I
think it was yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. I'm not 100% sure. We do need some more likes, though. We're still only at 114 likes. We got 150 people watching. It would be nice. It'd be very nice. You can move to Italy with a $30,000 retirement. Well, that's awesome. So this video is today. A storm hit Indiana Thursday night, bringing a tornado. Oh, last Thursday. So this is a long time ago. School officials and witnesses described the scene as devastating. The high school president, Jacob Canuzer, told reporters that nearly every part of the campus suffered damage except for the crucifix and the grotto on the north side of the building. Closest to the officials, I can get it, half-assery abounds. Okay. So it's heartbreaking. Nearly every tree on the campus was uprooted. We didn't know the full scale of the impact quite yet. We do know that grounds are not suitable for visitors. The damage incurred by the storm is devastating and hits us in a very personal way. After assessing the damage, he believes every part of the campus was damaged except for the crucifix. Wow. That's an amazing story. So, yeah. So, that's amazing. Sometimes, like also happened during the fight, a lot of people said it was like divine intervention in that UFC fight, that the storm just went around the fight and didn't actually like hit the fight area, like bypass the entire.
His news conference at the G7 summit where he talked about a wide range of issues, but the big headline that kept dominating reporter questions over and over, of course, is Iran and the deal between the United States and Iran. So let's break that down and go live to CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang, watching all of this in Washington. What are your takeaways, Weijia, as we await that Friday signing?
Well, Reed, despite the president speaking for quite some time here and taking several questions, a lot remains unanswered, which makes sense because this is a memorandum of understanding, which the president himself acknowledged during one of the last questions he received, which is, hey, if this is such a big deal, why aren't you sticking around to sign it? Because remember, instead, Vice President J.D. Vance is going to be the one traveling to attend the signing ceremony. And the president said, because it's an MOU. And he implied that perhaps it would not come to a final deal because there is a timeline on when they can hash out the fine print, which is 60 days. And so there's a lot of optimism here. The president expressed that during this entire press conference. But the fact is, Reed, that there is still a lot to work out in terms of the timing, in terms of the logistics, in terms of the security for the Strait of Hormuz, and what Iran is truly going to agree to ultimately for its nuclear ambitions. The president continues to claim that they have agreed to give up all their ambitions for procurement, for development. He was unable to really specify whether that meant for civilian use as well. And you know, another really telling point, Reed, was when it comes to this highly enriched uranium that has been a constant sticking point.
Right.
And the president said it doesn't really matter when that is retrieved because it's not like they can just go and access it at any point. And so there are still a lot of these details, Reed, that have to be worked out. But what I will say is that the president continues to try to claim this as a victory, even though he himself has acknowledge, rightfully so, that this is really just the jumping off point to start negotiations for filling in all those details that are really going to make a difference, Reed.
Well, it certainly is not seen as a huge victory. We have a president who himself
hit the like
says,
button.
I like to
Hit the
win.
like
I'm a
button.
winner.
Hit the
So
like
can
button.
we maybe assume that that's the reason why he's not going to be there for that signing of the memorandum, that this is not the slam dunk win that the president would set his entire value system around?
I believe that the president is being cautiously optimistic. And it's not that he doesn't believe this is a victory, because look, it is a huge development that Iran is coming to the table, that they claim that they, in good faith, are going to try to hash out these details. So I do believe that the president views this as a win, but he wants to sign the big deal with a capital
Right.
B, when it's not just a memo, but it's actually a peace agreement. And so, you know, he said that perhaps this MOU isn't the sort of document that he should be signing. He also made light of another, question that is actually pretty legitimate, because he is sending his vice president to go and sign this MOU. Vance has also been the face in recent days, and really for months now, of a lot of public messaging when it comes to the war. And you heard our colleague there ask if the reason behind that is because in case it fails, is Vance going to have to take all of the accountability for that? And if it wins, then President Trump can take the credit for it. And he laughed it off and said, that sounds like a great idea. But it does beg the question why, to your original point here, Reed, he is not more involved with something that he...
I believe Joe is still taking some clients every now and again. Joe used to have a business. He did he used to buy the judgments and stuff like that, and had like a business doing that. He sold that, and then he was doing something. He's still taking cases, I believe, doing some representation. He's not retired. I see CBS's tone has changed. They didn't come out and say a failure. Yes, CBS has changed a lot. They actually seem to be fairer than Fox News. It seems like Vance is busy compared to Kamala. Yeah, where are you, bunch of lazy Democrats? Hit the like button for Bella. Come on. Hot Asian. Yeah, she is. She's got a pretty look. She looks drunk right there, though. She looks like she's hammer. If you listen to the president's speech, he was very forward. Is there anywhere that has the whole speech? Because I have clips of it.
continues to claim is such a victory.
I have
All right,
clips of
Ouija
it.
Jang watching that one for us live. Thank you so much. Good to talk to you, Ouija.
I don't
turn now
either.
Live to CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, who is in France. Nancy, you were in the room. We heard that question. I was really fascinated by the thesis, the premise of that question about that memorandum of understanding and whether it actually has teeth. Talk to us about your question for those viewers who might just be tuning in right now and the answer that you got.
Sure. Well, the president, Reed, has been making some pretty grandiose claims all week here in Evian about the things that this 1.5 page agreement will accomplish. Most notably, he says it will prevent Iran from ever getting a nuclear weapon. But he hasn't explained how exactly the deal will do that. And the drafts that have been circulating, only mention Iran's nuclear program a couple of times. The rest of the document deals with the Strait of Hormuz, deals with sanctions, unfreezing assets.
How many times?
Like that.
How many times would it have
I
to?
just wanted to ask him directly, why are you claiming that
How many
this
times would they have to
particular
discuss it?
deal is going to prevent Iran from ever getting a nuclear weapon? And he said, well, if they try to get a nuclear weapon, then we'll just bomb them, which makes
Just bomb them. We'll just bomb them. All right. So, yeah, I got some clips we're going to play. President Trump said he's putting the blame solely on J.D. Vance if the deal fails.
There's some element to this where you send the vice president. If it works out, great. You look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's
I
fault.
like that idea, sure. Well, this way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, that was like the last question that he had. I wonder if they're afraid of being sued by Trump or they lost a lot of viewers. They were bought out. CBS News is now owned by a private equity company, Redstone, or something like Redstone, I think it is, which is owned like part of the Skydance Paramount now type of thing. And they put Barry Weiss is in charge of the network. And she's basically sent it on X. It's 15 minutes. I got one that someone just sent me that is like an hour long. So you're saying you sent it on X? Trump's speech today. Nothing. That link doesn't work, Brian. That link doesn't work. So sorry. So I have some other stuff though to go through. So got this one. All right. And then this one, President Trump drops a legendary response over the European leaders.
Interact very warmly with you at the summit. Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
Well, I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. You know, when you get right down to it, I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them.
Interact very warmly with you.
Yeah. So we got this one. We got this story. The Coast Guard stopped a vessel carrying 25 Chinese nationals trying to enter the United States illegally about 1 mile south of Key Biscayne, Florida. Coast Guard crew from Station Miami Beach ordered the vessel to stop. When it did not comply, the crew fired warning shots, and then they had to disable the boat by firing at the engines. That is a very expensive boat there. That is easily a $700,000 boat with those 3 Mercury 450s. Yes, that is a very, very pricey boat. So somebody lost a very expensive boat because that boat's getting confiscated. And then here Trump's going to thank China.
I thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I would want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible." He's thinking.
I have the whole speech. I'm going to pull it up after I get through these clips. We'll watch a little of it. I'll bounce around and stuff. Biden would have said, "Come on in." Yeah, probably. Actually, that boat might even be more. I would say like 750,000. It's a center console. It's probably got a little small cabin. It's like I'd say that's at least 37 foot, maybe 40 footer. It's up there in price. JD was on The View and stunned Whoopi. Yeah, I have some clips from that too. The Chinese usually try to invade high class. Yeah, they do. Marco needs a men's room. It's possible.
He's thanking President Xi of China. Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. That it's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said I would really appreciate you're not giving or selling any of that stuff to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, He didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what
I thank China, President.
They did, though. That's how they shot down the F-15 or whatever. Is Pizza Hut done? No, as far as Pizza Hut was just bought out. Yum Brand sold it to another company. As far as I know, they're gonna try to restore it. They're going to try to bring it back to classic Pizza Hut. As far as I know. All right. I don't know. Okay. As far as I know. So let's see here. What else we got? And then UK report about that. Oh, we got this. Let's do this. This is Janae Pirro announces a drug bust near a DC school. Check this out.
Right here, we have circled the actual sale of cocaine. That sale is being made to this woman with the gray hair. We've got this dead to right. Within a few feet is a 5-year-old child. This woman, after she buys the cocaine, takes this child by the hand and walks away. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's a crime. It's one thing to have a prosecution of dirtbags who were selling drugs in the area of schools 1,000 feet from a damn elementary school. It's a whole other level of crime as far as I'm concerned for this woman to bring a child to a cocaine sale and then walk along with the child while she's got the drugs on her. Right here.
Yeah. So she's going to try to go. They're going to try to expand. What she's trying to do here is I'll close this out and see what she's trying to expand. They're saying like prosecuting selling drugs within 1,000 foot of a school. They're going to try to expand it to go with people. That's a story for later. Elon Musk and the British people. Oh, that story's crazy. This is crazy. This is nuts. Yeah, 12,000 people in England were arrested last year for
12,000 in the last year. And this was the Magna Carta was, written, and now it's just a dictatorship.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if this gets claimed, because Joe Rogan's people are fucking notorious for claiming videos, trying to copyright claim you playing any clips or anything from them, I'm going to be very pissed because I'm going to provide commentary and criticism. His shirt is wrinkly. I don't like that tie. I don't like the background. And Joe Rogan's fucking bald. That counts. Here's some more stuff. Trump talking about the tactics of Operation Epic Fury. And I will bring this up. I forgot where I heard it, probably PBD. They said Rubio was upset with the deal. That's why he's not smiling. I said he's tired. He's standing next to the energized Brony POTUS. Anyone looks like that. There is reports in the media that Trump was going to fire Hegseth and wants Rubio to go and is mad at someone else too, and JD Vance, that they're all upset and are feuding inside. You just saw another pan in Pizza Hut. Must be hard to get money selling it out of business. One, because of the roof, maybe. But I heard that there's a guy that's trying to buy up all the ones that have the roofs, the standalone ones. He wants them all. I missed the sit-down Pizza Huts. We had two in my city. One became a Mexican restaurant. Then became a bank. It was leveled. The other's a Chinese restaurant. Bellicam, Tedlin, what's up? Great to see you. The tie is lame, right? That tie sucked. That was a sucky tie on RFK. But Britain's got to fix, man. They got to fix it. They are becoming a totalitarian, authoritarian regime that cracks down on speech. They're putting people in jail for speech and letting rapists and murderers out. A lot of people are upset with, but I don't see anybody providing alternatives.
I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group.
Well, I had to offer criticism or commentary on the video to be fair use. That's why I said what I said. Pizza Hut is supposedly bringing back the 80s, 90s back with the salad bar and the Galaga by the door. I miss those salad bars. There is one classic between me and my mom. I may have to visit it if I roll through Delmarva. Yeah. I'm going to go if I see one. I'm going to stop.
They thought they'd never be caught. because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed, and they all 88 people. And I'm not proud of it at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with them. Couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough. They're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and the normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly, you know, they have in one way a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people and very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression, rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover, I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon. I wouldn't have preferred, there were plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes too fast and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression.
Well, it could have been that. It could have been some other stuff. It could have been the, the fact that the Great Depression just happened to happen right after we enacted a bunch, the central bank and the Fed and all these other things. So.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for
Well, the unfreezing is an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. If we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
Does it seem Trump is having a breathing problem? No, he's I don't know if he might wear dentures. I don't want to say he wears dentures, but sometimes it sounds like he might have dentures in. I mean, he's 80. A lot of people at 80 he might have dentures. I don't know. Or he might have, like a partial denture or something. Maybe it slips. I don't know. I would think though that he would have implants, but I don't know. When he was, at his time when he was coming through his, early 40s, 50s, he has sinus problems. Okay, maybe that's it. Okay. Then we had JD Vance was on with Greg Gutfeld making some comments, which I thought were really good.
So we're looking at this new deal, VP, and I'm wondering, did we sign the deal because the new Ayatollah is gay and we wanted to focus on Pride Month?
What do you guys think? Do you guys think that we signed the deal because the Ayatollah is gay and they wanted to celebrate Pride Month? I mean, that would be the best way to celebrate Pride Month, wouldn't it be? Signing a deal with the gay Ayatollah, the gay Ayatollah of Rockarola. You can sympathize. I am 4 years younger. Could be due to sleeping barely 3 hours a night. My grandfather slept like hardly anything, dude, and he lived to be like 88, like a lot. Trump seems tired lately. He's busy. He seems like, honestly, if you look at Trump and compare him to other presidents, how they age, Trump doesn't really look like he's gay, like he's aged that bad compared to other presidents. I mean, Trump is a friggin' genius. Yeah. Not sleeping is bad for the heart. Yes, the Ayatollah is gay. I don't know about the signing. You love Gutfeld? Yes. Do you guys know that I was on Red Eye once? I have proof.
Thanks for coming on.
I'm so glad you agreed to do this show.
I'm glad I decided to ruin my political career by sitting here for an hour. But wait. Well,
all right, let me ask you another question. That was just a stupid question.
You don't have to actually answer the questions.
I'll either be killed or unelectable because if I answer that question. But look, here's a simple fact.
Yeah.
The reason why we signed this deal is because Donald Trump did exactly what he came to do. He destroyed their nuclear program. He opened the Strait of Hormuz. And now we have nice Trump. You can have mean Trump or you can have nice Trump. And what he's saying to the Iranians is, because we came what we determined to do, we are going to outstretch our hand and say that if you guys behave, we are going to actually make you a successful country. And if you don't behave, you're not going to get anything. And you're never going to have this opportunity ever again. It's a classic Trump bargain. He gives these guys a choice and says, make the right choice or make the wrong choice. Frankly, it doesn't matter to the United States of America. We accomplished what we set out to accomplish. And now we have, as the president says, all the cards.
Yeah, he could be good cop.
He can be good cop or a bad cop. Don't tease us. Play your red eye segment. Well, you could go to my Twitter. It's my pinned tweet on my Twitter account, at Jim Satala on Twitter, X. My pinned tweet. You go to my page. It's pinned. You can check it out. I love Gutfeld too. When I can't sleep, I'd watch Gutfeld one clip after another. Yes. What's up with RFK's passion for the skinny ties? I never see him in anything other than the skinny ties. I don't know. What did I miss? I had to get the pool floats out of the pool and about 6 frogs. Oh, man. Lady Bama. Not much. Not much. Tainted with electronics. Hail U.S. military. Trump said we aren't going to play another 47 years. Well, that's good. Sleep to Gutfeld, and sometimes Jim, too. Could be. Nope, show us. Well, go to my Twitter. You can see it. My pinned tweet. My brother owns a restaurant in North Carolina, works late every night. Yes. And another one. This is good. This is very good. This is very good.
Life without meaning is horrifying.
That's absolutely right. And a famous philosopher once said, when you stop believing in God, you don't believe in nothing, you believe in anything. And I think there's a deep truth to that because, who can look at progressive atheistic culture and say, like, for example, if you believe that Jesus is the Son of God, rose from the dead on the third day, there are a lot of progressives who will say, you're a crazy person, you believe in superstitions. And those same people will tell you that if a grown man takes some hormonal therapies that Big Pharma told them to take, that person will become a woman. It's like, actually, you believe something that's far crazier and clearly a violation of nature. And I think that there is this deep sense.
No, that's true. If people can believe that you can change your sex just by taking some drug or by just saying so, that now I'm a woman, and you can't believe that Jesus is God's only begotten son and he gave his life so that we could all be saved in his blood. Teledane said, I recently heard Pizza Hut was bringing back the 80s aesthetic, the red cups, the Pac-Man games, jukeboxes, the whole 9 yards for Edens. Yes, it's a group of people, it's a group of investors that own a bunch of restaurants are trying to buy more. This might have been who bought it out. It was just purchased. It was just purchased. From. I had that conversation with Grok, and I ended up apologizing to me. Well, that's terrible that it apologized to you. What did Brian just share? Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Let me see. Okay. We'll get to that. All right. So that's very interesting. So yeah, it's crazy that people don't believe, like, that they could call you crazy for believing in God, but they believe this other shit.
Of purpose and meaning that everybody's seeking. And I think what's great, I mean, obviously I'm a Christian, so I'm going to say this, but what's great about Christianity is it's a healthy way to find meaning. But if you try to find all of your meaning in politics, or you try to find all of your meaning in worldly things, I think it has a very distorting effect. And again, that's like part of how I found my way back to faith, because I was an atheist. I thought I was better than everybody. And I realized, you know what? This is actually not making me a very good person.
Or a happy.
Well, I know Grok will apologize to you if you start arguing with it and tell it you're wrong. Like I've had to correct Grok numerous times, but once you correct them, they don't make that same mistake again. I love Grok. I'm going to tell you right now, my thumbnails and the titles and the descriptions of my shows all come from Grok Expert, Super Grok, whatever you want to call it. All I do is I have my email. Like I could show you this email. Check this out. This is my email. All right. This is my email. All right. Showing all the topics and stuff for like that I have set up. All right. For the show. You'll see all these. Look at there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And all I do is I give Grok access to this email. I put this email into Grok. Grok picks the 6 topics and orders them, sets it up, and then it tells me what they think are going to be the best topics. I don't know. You guys think it's any good? Does it work? What do you think? I mean, I like it. I think it does a good job. Here's another one. This is going to be JD Vance talking about going on The View.
Honestly, Greg, I expected them to be absolutely vicious, and they were only a little bit vicious. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Joy Behar even said during the break, not joking, she said, "You know what? You're like pretty good for a Republican." And I was like, "Whoa, that is a way better compliment than I expected from Joy Behar." I got to say, I thought that Sunny, the woman to my left, was going to call me a racist. In reality, it was Whoopi, the woman to my right, who called me a racist. So expectations were defied. Honestly.
Wow. Whoopi called him a racist. Wow. Okay. So Scott Jennings was on CNN. Scott Jennings always does a good job talking about this deal. So let's hear what Scott Jennings has to say dealing with this mouth-breathing retard of Abby Phillips.
Well, you're leaving out the critical piece, which is, according to some reporting and according to the president, the document flatly states Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
That's
they
what
will
the
not have that.
JCPOA said.
Exactly. Same
Well,
thing.
That's great.
And there's
What
nothing.
did it? The JCPOA had a sunset, a 10-year sunset. That's all it did. It would have expired in 2018 or something like that. So what are they talking about? JD could have been stronger on The View. Whoopi is a racist. Be back in a bit. Maybe otherwise see you tomorrow. Okay. Well, have a good night, B-Hops. Thanks for being here.
There's literally no teeth to enforce that.
Well, hold on. In the plain text of the JCPOA, it says Iran will not pursue a nuclear weapon. And this document, as far as we know, says that it reiterates what it has always said.
Status quo.
So, which is that they've been saying for
10 years, the JCPOA had a 10-year time limit. Why are you not fucking acknowledging that? What is wrong with you? It had an expiration date. It allowed them to employ more and more centrifuges every year until it expired, and then they could employ as many as they wanted. What are you talking about?
many years that they are not pursuing a nuclear weapon.
You believe
didn't
that?
believe. No, you don't believe it. So then why do you believe it now?
Well, I believe it now because A, we bombed the ever-living crap out of their uranium enrichment facilities last summer, and B,
Apparently not enough.
we now have something that no one's ever had. This amazing coalition of Arab states in the Gulf working with us to keep on top of the Iranians to keep it from ever happening. To me, that is the critical
But we're giving
thing.
them 300 billion. 300 billion, which is more than they got under the Obama.
We don't have
No,
that. We
it's
have
more than what happened.
It's not us. The Gulf states are setting up a rebuilding package that they can only access when they do what they're supposed to do. They're not just giving them the money. He has a very quick wit and great sense of humor, and he kept up very well with Gutfeld. It's pretty funny at the end, especially about his book. Okay. We aren't giving them anything. We're not giving them anything. We better not be. As far as I know, we're not. So, here is JD Vance on The View. on their false claims about Trump and Epstein. So let's see.
You know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that.
They were not best friends, you fucking liar, Anna Navarro piece of shit.
Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one.
Yes, this is 100% correct. The JCPOA was a mechanism to move the problem away from Obama's legacy, just like Obamacare was designed to crash years later. It's 100% right. 100% right. 100% right. These people don't know what they're talking about. These people are fucking mouth-breathing idiots. Like, it's ridiculous. I hate the View bitches. Me too. Hey, look, the idiot from Nicaragua. Yeah. Yeah, best friend my ass. Like, these people are ridiculous. Oh, because he went to some things and took a picture with Trump. Everybody took pictures with Trump. Holy shit. So that means that Jesse Jackson and Muhammad Ali were best friends with Trump because they're in tons of pictures with him. They gave him awards. I don't even want to watch any more of this, to tell you the truth.
Is yes, Donald Trump, and he said this. He knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses.
That's right. They never talk about that. They never talk about that. So here's Trump also talking about America's commitment to defend India.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract. You'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
Can you?
Okay. So I guess we're going to defend India. I'm not going to. Okay. We saw this. Check this out. This is what happens. All right. This is what happens when you have the DEI police in France. Their diversity ambassador in Lorient, France, tries to arrest one of these migrants.
Wow,
look at that. Wow.
Wesh. Wesh.
Wow. This video is exactly why you don't use less than lethal when somebody has lethal weapons. This guy was able to hack the guy with a fucking machete multiple times while they're trying to tase him. Hey, Joe is friends with George W. Bush. We once hung out at Fort Stewart. We even shared some words and shook hands. He's your buddy. Best friends. Best friends, according to Anna Horvaro. Nobody would watch that show if it weren't for the clips. Your blood pressure, I agree. Tyrannical trolls so full of themselves, they're choking on the dish. Yes.
Ouais. C'est la rue.
Come on. I will say, I was impressed that the French didn't just drop the tasers and run away.
Ouais. Mec, il a pris 2-3 coups de taser et ça.
Oh, wow. That's crazy, right? Okay. All right. Here is Trump's speech now. All right.
Press. That's good. We had a great event. This was something very special. And I want to thank President Macron and Bridget, his really lovely wife, fantastic person, for welcoming us to France for an extremely successful G7 summit. I would say it's one of the most successful. And this meeting could not have come at a better time. On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot
All
have
right,
a
thanks,
nuclear
Tedlin. Hope
weapon.
to see you again
They can't
soon.
develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before at levels that went in numbers down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders. But they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is economic catastrophe.
I've heard reports of that. Pakistan is denying it. I don't know. SB Farmer, what's up? Joe 120, Jim 137. Well, he just started. He'll pass me up. No problem. IRGC controls Iran. Yes, they do. They do. There's other factions, though. We have to wait and see how it works. What happens exactly with that. So, you guys want to keep watching this, or you want me to move on to another story? What do you think? Give me a 1 in the chat if you want me to keep watching this. Give me a 2 if you want me to move on to the next story. How's that sound? Sound good? One in the chat, 2 to move on. Move on. Trailer Swift says move on. The Big Red One has rated the stream. Thank you so much. Big Red One, for rating the stream. Thank you. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And so everybody wants me to move on. Okay, I'll move on. Everybody says 222 3 222 222 269. Hey, 69, dude. All right. Yes, please hit the like button. I will move on. We will move on to the next story. Rhino Cornyn and others pile on Mike Lee during closed-door meeting over his push for the Save America Act. Yes, please subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel, too. Thank you, Lirslinger. Please subscribe to the channel. We only picked up 3 subscribers tonight. I was kind of shocked. Normally, we pick up a lot more. Usually, we get like 15 or 20. 69 for 69. Oh, my God. Do not. I have no beard like Jack Murphy, so please don't put me in that place. Hey, happy Freedom Day. Yes, freedom, everyone. Rickroll. Great. Thank you. Yes, please like and subscribe, follow, do all that good stuff. Greatly appreciated. Got a raid. Thank you for the raid. Got another raid or just the one? Yes, just the raid. Smash the like and follow and all that good stuff. Greatly appreciated. So Republican senators are refusing to come together to pass the Save America Act. Yes, thank you, Kofi 2A. Yeah, smash the like and follow. So many proofs lately. Rhino Senator Cornyn and others piled on Mike Lee on Wednesday during a closed-door meeting. Cornyn and Mike Lee have been arguing over the Save America Act for a while now. Recall that over the weekend, Mike Lee hit back at Cornyn after he pushed back and saying there weren't enough votes to pass the Save America Act. Yeah, Cornyn, you bitch. That's why you lost, scumbag. That's right. Soren said the Save America Act is dead. Not going to happen. And everyone except the naive or misinformed knows it. Oh, so he's calling Trump misinformed because Trump said he's not signing FISA without the Save America Act. Trump said that. Not going to happen, and everybody knows it. We've got 50 votes as of last week. That's all we need. Force the Democrats to hold a talking filibuster and pass it. They don't even need JD, though, everybody, because there's only 99 senators right now. That's it, just 99. So if they got 50 votes, yes, thank you, Big Red One. Thank you. Senator Lee hit back. It could happen if we put the SAVE Act on the floor with a strong resolve to continue debating until it passed. What's it say? Zero congrats. Says, dang it, Rumble's changing names. Did it? Let me see what the real name is here. Zero. Okay, Zero is just your name. I got you, Zero. Thank you. It does that. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it does that. Scott Pressler said there's a lot of pressure to stop asking. From who? Who's saying to stop asking? On Wednesday, Cornyn, Kennedy, and others ganged up on Mike Lee during a lunch meeting. Kennedy? John Kennedy ganged up? Thank you, OTR Smokehouse. The Plussy has been tickled. Thank you so much. And thank you for the raid, yes. The new GOP senators went after Mike Lee during a closed-door lunch meeting. Cornyn and Kennedy challenged Lee about his strategy and complained Trump is being led down the primrose path. The requirement for voter ID should be something that no American should oppose. If you want to register to vote, you should have to be a citizen. Yes. White House previously touted a poll that showed more than 70% of Americans support the SAVE Act. They do. I think it's like 70% of Democrats. It's crazy that this is a problem. We got this story. 6 suspects arrested, 13 children and women rescued during Seattle, Aurora Avenue sex trafficking crackdown. Federal authorities rescued 13 women and children during a sex trafficking operation on Seattle's Aurora Avenue the past weekend. As a result of the operation, 6 suspects were arrested and felony charges for seeking to exploit children. This comes as a coalition of local and federal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, enacts a major crackdown on open-air prostitution and sex trafficking on Aurora Avenue. The area has been inundated with ongoing pimp turf wars. As a result of the city's decision to decriminalize prostitution. Wow. Non-eventful. Like non-eventful. During the operation, 3 minors were rescued and connected with protective services, while 10 adults were transported to access shelters, advocacy, and other support services. Oh, shit. Seattle still has a police department? Impressive. It's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it crazy that they still have a police department? You would think that they didn't. The effort was focused on the prevention of sexual exploitation of minors. Investigators identified 6 individuals seeking to exploit children. That's right. Save the trafficked. Definitely. Save the trafficked. Save the traffic. Those individuals were arrested and charged with felony offenses. The efforts are a part of Seattle's ongoing commitment to advancing survivor safety, preventing exploitation, holding those responsible accountable, and promoting the well-being of a broader community. These are some of the photos going on. Central goal, authorities say, is to offer help to those engaged in prostitution and obtaining safety, stabilization, and ongoing assistance such as advocacy, medical care, housing, and long-term support. Outreach teams and subject matter expert consultants with lived experience directed and accompanied law enforcement on the sex trafficking operation. The crackdown was, in part, a result of a recent neighborhood protest against the ongoing pimp turf wars and open-air prostitution. Neighbors demanded immediate city or federal intervention. Bullets have repeatedly flown into their homes, including their children's bedrooms, as a result of the dueling pimp gun battles. This has been a years-long issue, and residents say they were fed up. Seattle neighborhood declares war against pimps. Residents say they've been constantly dodging bullets since they decriminalized prostitution. I wish I'd been around when there were winos in Congress, wigs in name only. Well, there's still a wino in Congress. Her name is Nancy Pelosi. What a horror it must be to the police in that city, yes. Hey, I want to remind everybody, we've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes. We do still have another hour or so on the goal, all right? And we are $88 away from adding another additional hour to the show. So the show doesn't have to end. I've got plenty of stuff to talk about. I got plenty of news stories. If we hit the $88 before I end, we will add another hour and keep going. That's how it works. Because the show is motivated by you motivate the show to keep going. You, the audience, decides how long the show is going to be. It's totally up to you. Could be a marathon session. It's totally up to you guys. Like I said, we're $88 away from adding a third additional hour.
Today, the Aurora community is fighting back against the pimp wars and open-air sex trafficking, demanding the city of Seattle finally take action.
I'm pretty mad right now, so I'm just going to get through this. So they say Aurora has always been like this. Not like this. They say we should have known living this close to Aurora. Not like this. They say it's the oldest profession in the world. Just legalize it and it'll go away. Not like this. They say to the police to leave the girls alone. Otherwise, you're going to further traumatize them. I'm not leaving them like this. Before, we didn't have pimps following us home and pointing guns at our houses. Before, we didn't have girls hiding in our yards. We didn't have the sound of block switches and AR-15s waking us up at night. We didn't have running fucking gun battles down Linden. We didn't have bullets hitting children's windows. We didn't have elderly neighbors like the ones on 109th beaten and put in the ICU with brain bleed.
I don't feel safe out here right now either. I'm about ready to have a panic attack. I'm going to go back in my apartment, close the door, and...
They tell us to look away and leave children under the control of traffickers. Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no.
They tell us to accept the violence. Hell no.
Hell no.
They tell us to surrender our neighborhood. Hell no.
No.
I was trafficked when I was younger, and I'm here because I think that the open-air prostitution in this state is horrible, and there's always a victim.
What do you want to see happen?
I think it shouldn't be legal. Sex work isn't work. There's always a victim.
My name is Christine Moreland. I'm the executive director of The More We Love. We create pathways out of homelessness, addiction, human trafficking, and domestic violence. We also do street outreach out here on Aurora on the track. I came out here today to support the neighborhood and support this community, and truthfully just say enough is enough. We are not here to be selling human bodies and purchasing human bodies, especially exploiting young children. For what it's worth, there's babies out here.
They did vote for this in Seattle. Some of them voted for it. Yes, they did. They did vote for this. I mean, they keep electing socialists, communists, and shit like that. What did they think was going to happen? I'm okay with Juneteenth. Too bad their descendants won't go back. Want to go backwards. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's not criminal. Ask the council members how much they charge. Yeah, it's they decriminalized it, and they decriminalized it. One body is their personal property. Yeah, I mean, they can do what they want, but I mean, you can't have the Wild West going on. Stop the cheat, definitely.
There's daughters and sisters and mothers, and enough is enough.
This is the failure of Washington state government and Seattle government for allowing it to get this bad. Many of the people who end up selling themselves on Aurora were addicted to drugs by their pimps and, basically pulled out of a healthy lifestyle and put into this.
Mexican cartels own this area. Right. I mean, Jonathan Cho established that. Mexican cartels own this. The pimps are just a part of that system. The prostitution is just a part of the system. Yeah. But it's a trickle down. It's the drugs. It's owning this piece of land.
The city needs to be serious about enforcing this. Actually, I think the city is in over their head. We're talking about cartel trafficking here. I think they should call in for federal help, honestly. Get some help from President Trump. Why not?
Today, I'm marching with you to make sure that no one has to
That's a dude.
experience what my family experienced a couple weeks ago. When a pimp shootout right across the street from my house put bullets into my home right above where my 6-week-old baby was sleeping.
I mean, maybe you should have defended your property. You should have, I don't know. I mean, if someone was outside my house shooting and bullets were coming into my house, I think I might be inclined to defend my property. Just saying, this is America, isn't it? Yeah, the drugs go hand in hand with the prostitution. That's largely how they recruit them in the first place. Yes, it is. That's how they do it. They do it with drugs. Mm-hmm. What are you doing, Bella? Where are you going? What are you trying to do? You got to go outside? You got to go outside? You're going to lay down. What are you doing? You got to go outside. You got to say something. You're just going to lay there? Huh? Great job, Demon Rats. That's right. Juneteenth is retarded BS. Create more stupid people. They'd mostly locked them up. So this has some time. I guess I could just play this and go out to take Bella out. What do you say?
Today we march for no more bullets in our bedrooms like many of my neighbors. Many of my neighbors. We don't turn our eyes. We don't stop fighting until we actually get different street of Aurora. We need change. The status quo is not adequate. We demand that the city also not turn their eyes like they have been doing for so long. Decades. We demand some things that are urgent and, of course, some things that are going to take some time. And we actually need to enforce and prosecute the law. Yes. We need the mayor to lead like she was elected to do, but it needs to be a unified, sustained response. We demand support now, asking state police, National Guard, whatever it takes, because every time we ask for help, all we hear about is that there's staffing shortages at SPD and that it's going to take too long to train more officers. That's not a solution, so come up with a solution, please, leadership.
work in social services, girls would get picked up by their pimps, taken to Aurora, and then dropped off at their tent with a little bit of drugs to get them through the night till the next day.
Stop recording me before I pepper spray you. Bye.
You pepper spray me, the cops are right there.
Give a butt. Stop recording me, bitch. You dumbass white bitch. Just like I don't take this serious.
Are you embarrassed about what you're doing?
No, I'm not embarrassed. But
Why don't you want to be recorded?
It's a public sidewalk.
I don't give a fuck. The fuck, bitch.
How much do you charge?
It's none of your business. I charge more than your paycheck that you make me up.
I mean, the gun violence is fueled by the sex trafficking. We run a 24/7 crisis line where women call our line to get support services, and we're getting calls for 12, 13, 14-year-old girls that are down here in Aurora. So the fact of the matter is it's human exploitation, commercial sexual exploitation that is fueling this fire.
What you could do is, hey.
And how do you fight back against this?
You stand in the streets, you do something about it, you say enough is enough, but you also enforce policy. You've got to start using the SOAP order, which is stay out of areas of prostitution, and you've got to make those changes immediately. Yeah, services for the women too.
For Battle Addiction, we run a sober living house. Give people opportunities to get off the street if you're coming out of treatment and turn their life up. You know, we offer job opportunities, work. You know, we go to work almost every day.
Yeah.
Learning new skills like construction, yard work, landscaping. You know, just opportunities to do recovery differently. You know, so a lot of people will go to meetings and go into meetings, but it's really hard to stay sober when you don't have anything to lose. So we try and help people establish that, you know, good work habits, you know, community, almost a family, and, you know, start changing the community, you know, one brick at a time.
That's great. How can people find you guys?
We have cards, we have website.
Let's see it.
Battlefielladdiction.com.
Sex trafficking needs to stop, and I have friends who have been victims of sex trafficking. A couple friends.
So what do you want to see happen?
I hope that police start enforcing measures against crime, especially prostitution. But you know, a lot of things come along with prostitution, drugs, theft, vandalism, all kinds of things. But I hope to see it.
What I miss? Anything good happen? Anything good happen? What I miss? Someone fill me in. Lots of good stuff. Got to shove the mic in the face of the reporter chick. That's not good. All tangled up now. What do you know? Oof. Wasting her youth. How sad. Horrible. Been cheating for 10 plus years. People put up barriers because of shooting. They made them take them down. Oof. And in Brooklyn, that's called recreational gunfire. Oof. Yeah, take care of Bella. Well, I did. She's got her treat now. She's got her food. She went potty. She came in. It's repeated, so we've seen it twice. Okay. All right. I'll stop it. So authorities are urging individuals who have been sex trafficked and exploited to reach out to CARE by calling 911 or a non-emergency line at 206-625-5011. Additionally, leads can be reported to the tip line. That's interesting. Annapolis puts out emergency preparedness guidelines just for the LGBTQ people. She interviewed some addicts that were going to meetings and stuff. How to change things, pressure to police and politicians. Well, that would work. Oh, hey, we got another 5 came in from Lurch Linger. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger, for a 5 on the Cash App. That means now, folks, we are just $83 away from adding a third additional hour. We can get a little rally going, $5 a pop. We might be able to get this going and get another hour. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger. Hookers and blow, that's what you missed. Hookers and boats and hose. Whore in a thong, you did miss that. Oh, shit. I hope it was no nudity, right? Was there nudity? Am I going to have to stop the stream and go back and edit it out? I don't want to get a strike for nudity. I would think they wouldn't put nudity on. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger, for the 5. I got to go ahead and take care of this. So Always like to put the heart that way. If it pops, I don't forget. Sometimes I forget. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger. Yes, woohoo, woohoo. Annapolis is going to put out a guide just for LGBTQ people, claims they are more likely to be affected by natural disasters. Well, their ass can't hurt naturally. Lurch is okay. He is. Yes. Gay people's ass could be disasters, could hurt them. Yes. Community awareness, be prepared. City of Annapolis, Maryland's released an emergency preparedness guide tailored just for the LGBTQ people. No, she had clothes on. Okay, no nudity. You should be good. Just a lost soul making her father cry somewhere. She was clothed, barely. So emergency management, led by Kevin Simmons, published a graphic this week outlining its emergency preparedness. Well, should I? Let's see. Stay connected, create your support network, be prepared for monkeypox and AIDS, get menstruation supplies for your penises. And yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, all this stuff they got. Fishnet stockings, natural disasters, diseased asters, yes. Yeah, diseased asters, definitely. So people are almost twice as likely as the overall population to be displaced. How is that possible? Yeah, it's total bullshit. How are gays affected more? It's not. It's ridiculous. Unique. Yeah, because if there's a natural disaster, it just hits gay people. What are these people talking about? They're going to face food insecurity, unsanitary conditions, or isolation during recovery. Well, during Pride Month. This is just fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit, man. Yeah. Oh, have a cooler prepared to chill your, medicine that you might need in practical steps for residents to prepare, build support networks. My birth state is a bigger punchline every day. It sure is. It sure is, man. The guide encouraged them to stay connected. Yes. Stay connected like a human centipede. Under the recommendation, stay connected. Make sure you have things like chest binders and gender-affirming clothing and syringes. Make sure you have syringes in case you want to do some heroin or get your, testosterone or estrogen or whatever it is you take, your puberty blockers. Make it so. Make sure you don't have clothes so you don't have a bulge in your pants. Wow. Extreme heat can be challenging for those who rely on gender-affirming clothing. Stay hydrated. Because they swallow too much. It could be. And the DOJ is suing New York health officials over fraud in their Medicaid home care program. Uh-oh. Department seeks a court order to prevent what it's calling siphoning of funds from federal coffers. Gays are abused by their partners more than straight couples. Maybe, that's probably what it has to do with that. In all honesty, let's be 100. Let's keep it 100. The Department of Justice sued New York health officials and a Georgia-based company over alleged fraud scheme involving the state's $10 billion Medicaid home care program. Lots of billions going out the door. The lawsuit names Health Commissioner James McDonald, State Medicaid Director Amir Basiri. Oh, what do you know? Another Muslim. In its lawsuit, the DOJ asked the court to issue an injunction barring defendants from making false statements and misrepresentations about the CDPAP and prevent what it called siphoning of funds from federal coffers. New York's failure to police a favored vendor that unlawfully siphoned millions of dollars of Medicaid funding egregiously betrays the public trust. Why can't you just stop paying the money? Why would you need a court order? CDPAP is one of New York's largest health benefit programs. Provides care through Medicaid patients with disabilities or significant medical needs. The lawsuit states more than 250,000 patients and more than 300,000 caregivers participate in the program. The same year, New York passed a statute consolidating management from hundreds of existing fiscal intermediaries to a single fiscal mediator. The DOJ alleged that the Department of Health awarded the partnership contract through a sham bid process in late 2024. The Department of Justice accused Basiri of being part of an effort to disqualify other qualified bidders after he personally scored Public Partnership's successful bid. According to the complaint, Basiri was part of a last-minute email exchange with other states in which health department officials said they were under some sort of pressure from the governor's office to see their other bidders were qualified. The DOJ accused the state health department of enabling the company to generate millions of dollars in excess revenues from the program by billing at hourly rates in excess of those anticipated by New York's prior to contract award. The department said the public partnership self-dealing and New York's failure to enforce the contract's term erased the cost saving that the program's transition was expected to deliver. Of course it is. They just found a way to steal more money. That's what they did. That's what they always do. New York's backroom deal has cost taxpayers millions of dollars and cast countless Medicaid patients to the curb. The public partnership has denied the allegations. The company said in a statement to multiple news outlets that it won the contract through transparent, competitive process. We strongly disagrees with the characterization. Well, of course you do, but you're lying. Says it was accomplished through a fair, legally sound, competitive bidding process. We look forward to the day when these disingenuous attacks can stop. Well, we're going to see, ain't we? A spokesperson for New York Governor Kathy Hochul says New York's decision to move to a single fiscal intermediary has already saved taxpayers more than $1 billion while deterring fraud. Hochul is not a defendant, was not accused of wrongdoing. Trump administration sues blue state officials for massive Medicaid fraud scheme. Well, I mean, New York health commissioners have been charged in connection with Medicaid fraud brought. Yeah. So we saw this. New York Post. Fed sue Hochul, claims massive fraud scheme of New York's $11 billion Medicare program, home health program. Trump Justice Department lays out starting new claims supporting allegations that the top state officials schemed to consolidate payroll services for the home care recipients. That would be a problem. That would be a problem. Where are you going, Bella? Getting water? All right, she's just getting some water. New York's failure to police the vendor has siphoned millions of dollars. You made me chuckle at your Hochul pronunciation. Well, I'm just trying to say it the way it's spelled. New York State sued by Justice Department. Let's see. I wish I would have known. I would have known they were going to do a commercial here. I would have played it before I came over. Justice Department suing New York State over its Medicaid program. Oh, I wasn't sharing that, so maybe that's not a problem. Sorry. There we go.
Some breaking news tonight. The Justice Department is suing New York State over its Medicaid home care program, also known as CDPAP, and the private vendor it was transitioned to in early 2025. The federal government claims the state rigged a bidding process, giving private vendor PPL a massive contract, resulting in millions of taxpayer dollars being stolen or misused by the company. The Justice Department says New York covered up problems tied to the transition and is asking a federal court to block PPL from overcharging taxpayers. New York Health Commissioner James McDonald, who's named in the lawsuit, telling the New York Post in response that the CDPAP transition is proceeding efficiently and effectively.
Wow. Amazing. Effectively and effectively. So that's what they say. So advocates call the government.
Shouldn't feel scary.
Advocates call out the governor over the advocates call out the governor over the CDAP transition.
Has buying life insurance ever felt threatening?
Anything can happen.
Home workers and consumers rallied at the Capitol, criticizing Governor Hochul's proposed budget. They say it fails to address problems within the state's home health care program, known as CDAP.
Home care workers and consumers rallying at the Capitol in Albany today, criticizing Governor Hochul's proposed 2027 budget that they say fails to address problems within the state's Medicaid home care program known as CDPAP. CDPAP was transitioned to the vendor PPL in early 2025, but many consumers say the transition has not helped improve payroll services for home care providers. Today, advocates claiming PPL is a monopoly and introduces corporate profiteering into the state's home care system.
Give the consumers back choice. Like, we've had many fiscal intermediaries before, some of them independent living centers, some of them nonprofits, and they provided the care that we needed and the assistance that we needed. Right now, we're getting like a monopoly service.
The state's transition to PPL was aimed at streamlining the program while reducing fraud and administrative costs.
Yeah, sure it was. It was a way to steal more money.
In her state budget address, the governor says the state addressed the fraud and abuse with the transition, saying it saved the state $1.2 billion. Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, who is seeking to challenge Hochul in the 2026 primary for governor, has opposed the Hochul administration's policies for CDPAP.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, okay. Somebody shared this with me. It's Whoopi Goldberg struggles to give examples of Black history being erased.
What did Black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of Black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just, I know Emmett Till was the kid.
Yeah.
No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Your actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened.
They're not taking it down. What they're doing is they're saying that they're not going to make a big deal out of it. All kinds of stuff happened. Yeah. Black history's been erased from public spaces. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. You people are nuts. So, all right. And so, person of interest has been arrested and is in custody in connection with the burning cross in Grant Park. Remember, we saw the other day somebody put a cross, a guy in a red hat, put a flaming cross in Grant Park in Chicago. It looks like it's another one of those it's MAGA country things going on.
In 2026, we are burning crosses.
The outrage grows one day after someone set a cross on fire in the heart of downtown Chicago.
There's no way to explain this nicely, except it's hate.
24 hours after the cross was set ablaze, stirring up racist white supremacy acts, Chicago police released this image of a man they say is a person of interest. Police say this shirtless guy was caught on surveillance.
It don't look like no white supremacist to me. You know who it turned out to be? It turned out to be a leftist pretending to be on the right wing because he wanted to bring awareness to what's going on. He's opposed to the right wing people. This is weird. This is for hygienic purposes. Yes. So many, I can't give you one. No one is removing anything. They're not. They're just lies. They're just removing the lies. That's all they're doing. America can't keep you down. The hooded whites are at it again. Yes. Yes. Is Sly Dog. Is. White history is being erased, though. You want to erase more? Stone Mountain, Georgia. Yes. Yes.
Leaving the park moments after the cross was torched. CPD calling this an arson investigation, but Father Michael Flager with Saint Sabina Church insisting this is a hate crime.
If there was a swastika, people would immediately react. But it's a burning cross, which is the symbol of supremacy and KKK. That's its symbol.
So it's the Democrats, is what you're saying. It's a symbol. It's a symbol. Well, then, so this guy's KKK, so he's a Democrat because the KKK was all Democrats. Huh.
For decades.
And that symbol showed its face in the middle of the afternoon for all to see along Columbus Drive.
Every time we excuse it, we feed it.
And while burning of a cross is not a crime on its own, it can be prosecuted as a federal hate crime and violation of civil rights if it is determined that there was intent and or intimidation of someone's civil liberties. And that's why the FBI is looking into what happened here at Grant Park.
We can fight that cross burner. They're the few and we are the many.
Over at Operation Push, Yusef Jackson says,
Operation
while investigators look into the intent, this is a reminder of today's ongoing societal issues.
It also lets you know that these adversaries and these enemies that want to divide us and separate us and cause violence and harm to us.
This is one of Jesse Jackson's sons. This is not one of the sons that got a Toyota dealership or a Budweiser distribution deal. Those are the other sons. And this is not one of the sons that went into politics. This is the gay son. There's no such thing as a hate crime. It's just crime. Yes. So Jesse didn't like him too much, so he didn't get him a Budweiser distribution deal or a Toyota dealership like he did his other sons. Because that's what Jesse used to do. He used to shake down businesses for business, corporations to get businesses for his family. Yes. It's a fact. Look it up.
Never die.
Governor J.B. Pritzker writes, "Let me be clear that hate has no home here in Illinois." Cardinal Blaise Cupich, the Archbishop of Chicago, says, "We were reminded that the sickness of spirit they symbolize exists not only in the pages of history,
Who's
but in
they?
our present
Asians?"
day," adding, "Hate has no place in our country, our city, and our hearts." St. Sabina is offering a $10,000 reward to help identify and arrest the man police are looking for.
A person who would do this is capable of doing anything.
In Grant Park, Jermont Terry, CBS News, Chicago.
Wow. So a person has been arrested, all right, a person in custody. They got a surveillance image of someone they say was spotted fleeing the cross burning. This guy gave an interview. To reporters. Let me find it. Damn it. Let me find it. I thought I had it. Okay. So yeah, here's the guy. All right. Here's the guy. It turns out the KKK guy was found in Chicago was made by a socialist gay Asian. Yeah. So it was made by a socialist gay Asian.
I don't want to wait until he may or may not get impeached. I want him gone right now.
On that video, are you threatening him?
No.
You say that you think that he should be brought to an end.
I said he deserves to stand trial to the American people. Some paraphrasing, I guess. But
I think you use the word end.
That's what I mean by end. I mean by end, I don't mean like a civil war. If that is the imagery that you're trying to imagine.
Lou says he built this cross after carrying wooden slats from his near West Side apartment to Grant Park last Tuesday afternoon. He showed the red ball cap that he put on the top beam and used lighter fluid and toilet paper to get it all going.
I put a red hat to signify the MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again.
Yeah. No, it's MAGA country. It was a MAGA hat. He has a Wong take-on wife. Asians are considered white by ghetto people. The Klan would burn crosses in white folks' lawns too. Don't take care of your family because you drank your paycheck. You might get a flaming warning. He seems very yellow. Yes. Are there any straight black men left? Mm-hmm. Go and take a free ride. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Free ride. I hate fat slob Pritzker. Yes.
That was, yeah, that's what I tied on top.
But that's not visible in the one video that was taken by a motorist.
Lou says he was protesting what he calls MAGA Christian nationalist supporters and the Trump administration ruling class.
You're just scamming people. We're just scamming out of money, right? And I think that's a great reflection of how this country works right now.
He's only saying this because he got caught. He was wearing the red MAGA hat, fake MAGA hat, when he was carrying the thing and went to do it, and he changed his clothes and ran away. Took off his jacket and everything. Yes, he is in jail. He's been arrested. He confessed. Yes. They're going to probably let him go because he's a socialist. He's on their side. Destruction of public property and arson. Yeah, the tree and stuff, yes, public property. I don't know. But this is the guy. So this is the guy. Shocked face. Yeah, $5 said the SPLC funded it. Another KKK hate crime in Chicago staged by a socialist gay Asian. The media fell for it instantly. Yes, this will trigger the racist. Turns out the socialist gay Asian making it hates another one. Wow, look at it. Yes, this is what it is right here. Something wrong with that white guy. Yes. You freaking white MAGA people behave, damn it. You ain't kidding. My dad told me about the time the KKK burned a cross in their yard because they were Catholics. Yes, they hated Catholics. The KKK hated Catholics. There's some people who think the KKK might have played a small part in JFK's assassination because he was Catholic. I don't know. Where is Jussie? Yeah. Where is Juicy? Yeah. Chicago cross burning, feared to be hateful racist, turns out to be idiotic anti-Trump protest. Saw the Wikipedia page. So this guy says, they say like the racist groups like the Ku Klux Klan, the cross burning, and it just like I wouldn't be shocked if the people who filmed it were in on it, because these people just happened to pull up and film it just as it was burning and all that stuff, and just So is he code yellow? Could be. He lost the dog's ball in the jungle. Oh, that's terrible. They're trying to make people choose a side when there's no side to choose. Humanity is the same side. Yeah. Maybe the KKK were Northern Irish. Oof. What's up, 509 Linda? How you doing? Let's see.
Has his armed person is now in Chicago police have confirmed a person. Chicago police have confirmed a person is now in custody following last week's cross burning, but no charges have been announced.
No charges.
Police have released this image of a man they said was seen fleeing the scene on June 9th. He's now being questioned by detectives. Burning crosses has historically been associated with white supremacy and more specifically the Ku Klux Klan. It is considered by the Anti-Defamation League as being among the, quote, most potent hate symbols in America. Cross burning can be prosecuted on a federal level as a hate crime and civil rights statutes.
Wow, that was loud. That was loud and crazy. So it's an Asian dude. He burned a cross. Sorry about that. But the man apparently emerged Tuesday, revealing himself in an NBC5 interview to be a University of Illinois senior, Merlin Liu, who insisted he was simply trying to protest Trump and that race was nowhere on his mind. So he's going to get a pass because he was protesting Trump, and it's completely illegal in Illinois to protest Trump. You can do anything you want. You people are making me racist. Yes. You just said that. I know. Time for the feds to step in. The problem is I remember the jar of piss with a crucifix in it was considered art. Yeah. Well, he's an art student, so what's he going to say? It was an art display. This guy only said this and did all this because he got caught. He was totally been happy if they would have blamed it on Trump supporters. Totally been happy. Doing good. Glad to find your show this week. Doing chores. Can't chat much, but enjoy your community commentary. Well, thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. Exactly how it was supposed to be a Trump protest was revealed in one small detail completely obscured in the flames, Luke claimed. Yeah, the thing that he didn't actually do. He says, I put a red hat on it to signify MAGA. No, he was wearing a red hat when he carried it there, and he hid it when he left. He changed his clothes so that we didn't look the same when he went with the stuff as he left with. So the same kind of people got the same white supremacy mentality as cross burnings. So all these people, they still trying to run with it. Remains unclear if he would face hate crime charges. So that's what they're doing. Cross-burning incident blamed on white supremacists was carried out by leftist, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA protester. I mean, And then just see how the AP reports it just says person in custody for a cross-burning investigation. Doesn't say anything about it. Channel 32 in Chicago, Fox 32 says person of interest in custody. Trump arrives at the G7 after Truth Social Screed tells world leaders, I'm the boss. I figured since he basically turned himself in, he'll get the $10,000 reward. Yeah, Grizzle probably. Why did he sit so far from the black reporter? That's a question, right? That should be a question we answer. Well, hey, we're coming up on 4 hours. It's we're about 5 minutes away. So if you are watching on Instagram, all right, if you're watching on Instagram, you're going to have to go somewhere else because Instagram automatically cuts off all live streams after 4 hours. So if you're on Instagram, come over to YouTube, come over to X, come over to Twitch, come over to Kick, come over to Rumble, or go to Facebook even, because Facebook lets you go for like 6 or 8 hours. So if you're on Instagram, I bid you adieu. All right. I bid you adieu. If you're on Instagram, come somewhere else and check it out. All right. Thank you all so much. All right. If it's a minority person committed something, if the perp is white, the headlines will say white. Yeah. That's what they do. That's how they play. That's how they play those games. So I did have, let me find it here. I did have, if I can find it real quick. Oh, wait, no, it'll be right here. Where is it at? Let me find it. A couple of things really quick to show you. We have a video of Trump. All right. We have a video of Trump telling people that he is the boss. All right.
No, I'm the boss, you fucking idiots.
So that's Trump saying he's the boss. All right. And then there's another one here. A nice thing here. You ever seen the Mortal Kombat fight between Michelle and Barack? This is very interesting.
Round 1, fight.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, right? That's silly. And then we have the signing. We have the Iran deal was signed. We have another issue of the Iran deal signed here. So sorry.
Now your turn. Excellent. A great deal.
That's crazy, right? All right. Where were we? All right. Trump arrives late and tells leaders that he's the boss. President Trump arrived late Wednesday morning at the G7 meeting, but wasn't fazed as he walked in already declaring to fellow leaders that he was the boss. And he says, oh, hello, Mr. President. Yes. Hello, Mr. President. What?
Hello. I'm the boss. How are you? I'm the boss. Hello. I'm the boss. How are you?
So who's your daddy moment? Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to stay for the meeting? Yes. It's okay with me.
He's like, it's okay with me. The other people are like, no, get out of there. President Trump arrived late and wasn't fazed. He walked and said he's the boss. Everyone laughed. Giggled. Look at this. Oh, check out this watch. Oh, ting tong, dang wrong, yeah. Trump paused on his way in to declare he's the boss. Everyone laughed. Secretary Bessent was seated at the American place at the table, but quickly vacated when Trump arrived. Trump had a busy morning. Shocking news, which came a few hours before Clayton was scheduled to testify for Congress. He's pulling back Clayton's nomination. He's like, well, AI's out of control. He's pulling back Clayton's nomination because he wants the Save America Act passed. He's kind of pissed about this stuff. So Additionally, Trump listed several other demands before he would renominate Clayton, including that the Senate confirms his pick to replace Clayton and that lawmakers pass his voting rights agenda known as the Save America Act. I thought the Italian prime minister was left out. No, she's there. Fox News, Trump switches support. Oklahoma congressional race formally endorsed pastor candidate suspense campaign. Whoa. I didn't know. That's interesting. Okay. So I will not approve FISA without the Save America Act going along with it, Trump said. The demands put Senate Majority Leader Thune in a bind. I will not approve it. So holding on to a thin majority and trying to keep control of the upper chamber and the upper midterm elections. When Macron tried to start the session, Trump interrupted, inviting the members of the media to stay. Would you like to stay? It's okay with me. French officials promptly escorted the press out. As the press were leaving, Trump could be heard saying, "It's too hot in here." Trump had strained relations with many leaders in the run-up, but things appeared to have improved over the three-day summit. The leaders were able to come together. Trump even held a one-on-one with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So that's it. That's the story. That's the story. It's kind of a nothing burger. So to keep the control of the Senate, Thune's plan is to not pass a bill to stop the cheating. Got it. It's crazy, right? Isn't that nuts? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Wow. We've been going 4 hours. Look at that. Been going 4 hours, so we got like maybe another 30 minutes or so, roughly 30 minutes around, maybe not, to get another $83. I mean, we started out really strong on the goals tonight. We picked up the first 2 hours before we even got past like an hour, and then it just kind of petered out. I don't know. So horror is a homeless man with countless arrests charged for attempting to kill a pregnant woman with a knife in Charlotte. You don't say. Charlotte, North Carolina, they just keep having these crazy people trying to kill women. You know, here it is. Look at all these arrests. A homeless man in Charlotte, North Carolina with a long criminal history has been arrested on charges of assault with a deadly weapon with the intent to kill, assault on a pregnant woman after attacking a pregnant woman and a man with a knife. The suspect, Paul Abdul Hicks, attempted to kill 26-year-old pregnant woman and a 34-year-old man outside of a restaurant in Charlotte. WBTV highlights his long criminal history.
Why this $60 invention is making $300 pressure washers
amazing.
Obsolete. Because
a man with a lengthy criminal history now charged with trying to kill a pregnant woman in Charlotte. Police say officers were called about an assault yesterday afternoon. This was along Equipment Drive in the northeast part of Charlotte. We're told Paul Hicks attacked two people with a knife. Police say he tried to kill a 26-year-old pregnant woman and a 34-year-old man. Both are expected to recover. Records show both victims listed as outside family in relation to Hicks. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and assault on a pregnant woman. Jail records show Hicks has a lengthy criminal history, past charges including robbery, fleeing and eluding arrest, assault, and drug trafficking. He's being held without bond tonight.
Wow. CBS reports he has 12 prior arrests, according to Mecklenburg County jail records. So just 12 in Mecklenburg County. Who knows however many else, other places. Yes, Greg is in the timeout in the no-no chair. Yeah, well, Greg is my my Americans with Disability Act assigned retard. He comes in every night. He's here, and he posts retarded shit, and so he gets put in timeouts because I don't generally block people unless there's actually no one blocked on this channel right now. But I mean, if there was something like a scammer bot type of thing, I would block that. Or, somebody posting things they could get, my channel nuked, I would block that, obviously. But, according to a bond sheet, Hicks was labeled a danger to the community. It further notes he has a criminal history that includes violent offenses. Per police, Hicks used a knife as well as his hands, feet, and teeth during the attack. The real question is, why was the violent low-life thug released back into the community so many times? This comes amid public outrage over liberal policies like cashless bail that allow violent repeat offenders to roam the streets and commit heinous crimes. Is that the same program Mercada is in? Yes. Unfortunately, once you get like over 100 live viewers, you get one. Hey, I'm ADA. I'm only half retard. Greg is just confused. He said he has one too. Yeah, he has one too. I don't want his though. Oh my God, I don't want Mercada's. That guy, buddy. Most notably in Charlotte, a 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown murdered Ukrainian refugee Irina Zaruska last year after stabbing her multiple times on a train. The lunatic had a long criminal rap sheet dating back to 2007. And surprisingly, he was never declared incompetent to stand trial, except for now that guy's been declared incompetent to stand trial. After he killed someone. He was always competent until he killed someone. It's weird, right? Weird. In another incident earlier this year, Marvina Marhardy, a woman with an extensive criminal record, also stabbed a pregnant woman outside of a grocery store. So they got a lot of people. Yes, he is. Montegraph is very special. Very special. This woman stabbed a pregnant woman. Woman with extensive criminal background caught 2 weeks after stabbing a pregnant woman. And it's just stuff. It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. So sick of the demon rats. It surely is. It surely is. Let's see. Just in case. Real quick. Hold on one second. I'm just looking for something. I guess I could do those guys. I don't know. Let's see. One second. I guess this is not live. Sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry. Was a pregnant woman white? Just curious. Yes. Always. I do grocery pickup. I don't get out of the truck. That's crazy. So prosecutors gave Lance Twiggs immunity. So the gay furry guy got immunity in the Tyler Robinson case. Prosecutors gave Lance Twigg immunity because he was ready to plead the fifth. Wow. On Human Events, he spoke to Will Chamberlain about newly released documents showing Lance Twiggs, the trans romantic partner of the killer of Tyler Robinson of Charlie Kirk, got immunity. Presbyk pointed to reports revealing that Twiggs received limited immunity agreement before the upcoming preliminary hearing in Provo. He said the filing appeared to confirm what most people already knew, that he was given. Prosecutors wanted Twiggs' testimony and needed legal protection to secure it. So Robinson's trans lover was granted immunity.
And as we're perusing through, the international news, we want to jump now to big news from Robinson trial, something that a lot of us had suspected and is now being confirmed in a new document, that Tyler Robinson's trans lover, Lance Twiggs, was in fact given limited immunity ahead of the Charlie Kirk murder trial. I want to get Will Chamberlain in here now because he'll help walk us through what this is, what this means. It's a type of immunity, as I'm understood, it's called use immunity. And I want to walk through the specifics of that. What can we expect as the preliminary hearing is expected to take place? Everyone's so excited for America's 250th, but 1 week, the Monday after, just 2 days after the 250th, this preliminary hearing is set to kick off in a courthouse in Provo, Utah. Will Chamberlain of the Article 3 Project joins us now. Will, how are you?
Doing great.
So, Will, does it surprise you that at all that Lance Twiggs was given any form of, or this form of immunity here in exchange for his testimony?
Not at all. I mean, I think this is, I think the prosecutors very much wanted to have his testimony. And if I were Twiggs's lawyer, I would have told my client that he needed to plead the fifth in relation to any testimony in the absence of some sort of immunity. But the entire point of use immunity is, and what that means is that the prosecutors are not allowed to use that testimony to prosecute as evidence against him, and they're not allowed to use that testimony to create leads to go off of. So, I mean, if independent evidence of a crime arises elsewhere, that can still be used to prosecute the guy, but you can't, basically the testimony and the fruits of the testimony can't be used to prosecute him. And that's the kind of thing that would be necessary to get, I mean, obviously just to be able to compel him to testify and get what he knows on the record.
So this is the type of thing, I guess explain it to us to say, if there were a drug gang or something like that, and you were looking to prosecute the leader of the drug gang, perhaps you might give use immunity to one of the lower associates, something like that.
I wouldn't say it's about lesser associates. It's really about what kind of cooperation do you need and what's the specific purpose. So basically, use immunity is what is just limited to the testimony. What's called transactional immunity says that if you testify in relation to something, you are immune from prosecution from the subject matter of your testimony, not merely immune from having that testimony used against you. So it's a much bigger grant of immunity to say somebody's transactionally immune. That's the kind of thing you'd give to someone if you really just have no intention of prosecuting them at all and really want them to be a very fulsome cooperator. That would be the kind of thing you might do in a sort of like drug, in a drug type of case where you give a full, basically, if you're trying to threaten someone and get them to fully cooperate with you, and you think there's no other way, you give them full transactional immunity from the prosecution so that they give you what you need to get the kingpin or something. Here, the use immunity is very often used by prosecutors during grand jury testimony, or just in any situation where you think that somebody you need testimony from is going to plead the Fifth Amendment. The idea being that the Fifth Amendment no longer applies, because if your testimony can't be used against you in a criminal prosecution, you have no reasonable fear that it will incriminate you.
So, and this is very interesting, because what I want folks to understand is that what you're saying, if I understand this correctly, is that the limited immunity here does mean that there's a likelihood that Lance, and as we already know, just based on the charging documents, reports that have come out, he himself was involved at a few certain stages in the underlying behavior, in the underlying activity, that he had some level perhaps of foreknowledge of what happened here. And he is going to be testifying to that, or at least, by the way, knowledge after the fact. We know for a fact that he knew after the fact, and of course, did not contact law enforcement, that it was the parents of Tyler Robinson that contacted law enforcement. And of course, this would potentially.
Okay, so that's what's going on with that. So he contrasts that with transactional immunity, which provides broader protection and generally prevents prosecution over subject matter. It's kind of the thing you give someone if you really have no intent of prosecuting them at all. So the idea being that the Fifth Amendment no longer applies if your testimony can't be used against you in a criminal prosecution. So ask whether the circumstances could explain why prosecutors want immunity in place before questioning them. I think the motion basically guarantees the guy who's going to claim the Fifth Amendment. Use immunity here does not give you a get out of jail free card. The extent of his involvement is really up in the air. So I think basically what they're going to do is they're not going to they can't use his testimony alone against him or something like that. They can still prosecute him, but they have to use evidence not gotten from his testimony alone, or they can't use his testimony against him. So that's what's going on there. We got this story here. Trump switches support in Oklahoma congressional race as formerly endorsed pastor candidate suspends campaign. This is crazy. Trump flexes. So this is a story about Cornyn. We don't want that. President Trump withdrew his endorsement of Oklahoma GOP congressional candidate Jackson Laymeyer and threw his support behind rival Mark Tedford. A dramatic reversal that came shortly before Laymeyer publicly announced he was suspending his campaign. Laymeyer told Fox News, however, that he made the decision the night before and informed his wife and campaign team before Trump's endorsement switch. So there's got to be some dirt in this guy's closet. There's skeletons in this guy's closet he doesn't want coming out. I chose my wife over ambition. I informed my wife about the decision late last night. He's not going to provide much evidence. No, but he's going to be evidence against what's his face, against Robinson, I guess. My decision did not take place because of the decision of POTUS this afternoon. Results show Tedford finishing first with 32% and Laymeyer second with 25.9%, advancing both to a runoff. So Trump drops Marjorie Taylor Greene, endorser calls her a ranting lunatic. Oof. Well, she's no longer in. Hey, Critter Sitter, what's up? How you doing? Trump previously endorsed Laymeyer as a MAGA warrior. I greatly appreciate Jack and Laymeyer hard work under difficult circumstances. But when it comes to current congressional race, I'll be supporting America First Patriot Mark Tedford. Well, that's good. You know, I don't even know. I haven't really looked into these people. So Trump's decision makes a sharp turn from his earlier endorsement. The endorsement came during a turbulent stretch for the campaign. So they published reports regarding Laymeyer's communications with former Miss Oklahoma USA Caitlin Simmons Key. So yeah, there was some dirt going to come out on this guy, and that's why he didn't want the stuff. So he wanted to just, maybe he's hoping that people won't say, so he can just bury it from his wife. He isn't going to show up in his furry costume. That would be cool. That would be funny, you know. Then Trump-backed Barry Moore projected to win runoff in Alabama Senate primary, aiming to replace Tuberville. So yeah, Tommy Tuberville just decided he wasn't going to run. Wants out. He's not running again. That's crazy. Tuberville, he could have easily won.
Also, a special House election happening in California and multiple primary runoffs in Georgia. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry is just north of Atlanta covering the major contest happening there in the Peach State. Skylar, good to see you. So let's start with the gubernatorial race. Donald Trump Jr. recently had some positive things to say about the candidate his father did not endorse. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, it was an endorsement adjacent post on X, Vlad, talking about Rick Jackson, the billionaire, self-made billionaire who has been widely viewed as a formidable candidate in the Republican race altogether, certainly now in this runoff race as well, touting some of his achievements over the course of the last several years, both abroad and domestically, ultimately saying that while this isn't an endorsement today for either Jackson or the Lieutenant Governor Jones, will be a win for what he says is MAGA altogether. That will be interesting to pay attention to, especially considering, to your point, that the president came out in the 11th hour to throw his support behind Burt Jones, someone who has been widely viewed as someone who walks in lockstep with President Trump on a range of issues, most notably what happened in 2020 as it relates to the voting results, as has been reported, scrutinized, and sent inside legal courtrooms in terms of the election results. That is why the president is supporting him. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward as far as whether Jackson is able to win today. He has the support of several other notable members of the Senate, including Texas Senator Ted Cruz, who is here just outside of Atlanta Atlanta stumping alongside Jackson just yesterday. We also have seen endorsements from Senator Rick Scott of Florida and others all saying that they want Jackson to be the person that represents the state of Georgia in November.
All right, well, that's cool. They got a bunch of stuff, so we got endorsements happening. Looks like Rep. Barrymore won the Republican Senate runoff in Alabama. He protects him, beating the Navy SEAL Jared Hudson. Moore and Hudson vied for the nomination in Tuesday's runoff after no candidate secured 50% of the vote. So that's good. Yeah. Trump endorsed candidate wins Alabama Senate runoff, secures GOP nomination. So that's good. All right. Well, everybody, only 70s here. Well, everybody, we did not meet the goal. We went 4 hours and 20 minutes. We didn't reach the goal for the third hour. So I think that's going to be it. I'm going to send everybody on YouTube. I'm going to send everybody on Rumble over to Joe, but on YouTube, I'm going to send you guys over to a channel, a guy I know's channel that I'm going to jump on with. So if you want to continue watching me, we're going to talk about, I don't know what we're going to talk about, but he's just getting started. He's a very small channel, doesn't have a lot of subscribers, doesn't get a lot of views. So if everybody could maybe stop in there and just say hi, chat something, give him a thumbs up or something, maybe that way he will feel special. That would be really appreciated. And other than that, I want to thank everybody who's been here. Please remember to hit like. Please remember to subscribe. And tomorrow, I think I might do a show tomorrow at 7. I might do a regular show. And then I'll jump on with Joe after my regular show. I think that's what I might start doing. It's this guy. It's a guy. You'll have to see. I don't want to say his name. You'll have to see. I went for a hike tonight at 8:30. It was still 86 here. Thanks, Pat Hacker. Have a blessed night. And come back tomorrow for Jim. Yeah, my dog gave birth. Yeah, come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. All right, and for Jim to tell you the news.